in this today, that is third day of the training program on first areas of research and research in the areas of engineering and sciences. And I welcome Dr. Umesh Sharma, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at University of Technology, who is here today to deliver a talk. There is certain change in the timetable. There is an interchange of certain sessions because Dr. Umesh Sharma, he has certain contingency today, so we have to reorganize some of the lectures. That is why you might be in the timetable. You might be seeing that there is a lecture regarding the computer science based research areas, but due to certain contingency, it has been shifted for tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. And the lecture on IPR, intellectual property right, that was going to be held tomorrow at 11:30. That is going to be taken up today afternoon. That is after lunch, post lunch session, and it will be taken by Engineer Amardev. So that is this is the announcement. All other sessions will go on as usual, and so we are fortunate about today that we are going to have a talk from Dr. Umesh Sharma. He has got around 28 years of rich experience in the field of civil engineering, especially in the area of transportation. He has done his PhD also in this particular area. He has got in his name more than 100 research papers in this particular field, and he has guided PhD thesis as well as MTech thesis in the area of civil engineering and especially in the area of transportation. So he is going to highlight the emerging trends of research in civil engineering in today's session now. So I request him to kindly engage the session.
Thank you, Paisab. Good morning, everybody. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with you through this media. So, my topic of discussion today will be emerging trends of research in civil engineering. So, civil engineering is one of the oldest branch of engineering, which is growing right from the Stone Age of civilization. Civil engineering is a composite of many branches: structural engineering, environmental engineering, construction engineering and management, transportation engineering, water resources and hydraulics engineering, and geotechnical engineering. Basically, there is a famous saying that civil engineer is a jack of all trades but master of none. That, of course, is justified, and because in every area of engineering, whether it is mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, civil engineer requirement is a must. So, thanks to the branch that civil engineers are so much in demand. As far as the structural engineering is concerned, we all know the importance of the structural engineering. Without the stability of the structure, without the contingency part of the structure, we cannot have the livelihood. We cannot have the, you can say, the civilization going on. Environmental is another issue which is cropping up and which is creating havoc in the minds of the people as well as the planners over there, that everything is being related to the sustainable environmental aspects over there. As far as the construction engineering and the management is concerned, we all know that for every, you can say, execution of the project, we require the construction engineering and the management. Now, construction engineering and the management, they are the separate identities, because construction engineering, the execution of the projects in the field, and the management is the basically the how you have to plan, how you have to execute, and how you have to, you can say, carry forward your project. Now, sometimes what happens, a civil engineer faces some problems in the execution of the project. Once he has got a drawing, and for the execution of that drawing, he requires some, you can say, resources. Now, the management of the resources is a very, you can say, tough task. That is why there's so many of the consultants and other people, they're just depending upon the managers over there, so that their projects are going on smoothly. So there, the role of the civil engineer as well as the managers, they come in handy for the top management, so that their project is completed within time and within the limited resources. Then the transportation. This is, of course, is the latest trends, because we all are the daily users facing the negativities as well as the positivities of the transportation engineering. Now, without transportation, one cannot imagine our life, and without transportation, you cannot even imagine that you can survive also. So this, of course, this will be the area which I, of course, will be, you can say, touching upon throughout my discussion. Water resources and the hydraulics engineering. Now we all are pinching the, you can say, scarcity of the water. Maharashtra is the example which is, you can say, latest, which is coming up in all the newspapers and the media. So management of the waters and transportation of the water, management of the hydraulics, that is itself is a, you can say, dependency of the civil engineer. So civil engineers again for the geotechnical. So geotechnical is nothing but your background of your soil investigations, and every structure has to depend upon the nature of the soil on which the structure is being erected over there. So geotechnical gives us the background of what type of the soil we are going to encounter. Let us say on the building, in the building in which you are sitting over there. In case I don't have the geotechnical knowledge of that particular uh, strata on which this building is standing, I am zero over that one, because a particular load can be taken up by a particular building only if the geotechnical investigations are done. So as far as the geotechnical investigations are done, the investigations have to be thorough, and without the help of the geotechnical engineers, you cannot even design the structure, you cannot create the structure, and you cannot even have all those multi-storied and those skyscrapers and other things at your, you can say, disposal over there. So that means basically the civil engineer is such that in all the areas, the desk on which you are sitting, even that has to be created, that has to be designed as per the, you can say, foundation for that one over there. So civil engineering is coming up like anywhere, in the best possible, you can say, way. So civil engineers serve competently, collaboratively, and ethically as planners, designers, constructors, and operators of society's economic and social engine. So these words, of course, they seem to be very simple, but they have got very deep meaning. Here, the professional ethics of the civil engineers come into picture. As a planner, in case your planning is okay, only then your project can be executed. Designer. Here again, the true background of the civil engineers will come into picture. In case your design of the building is faulty, you are caught. In case your design of the road is faulty, you are caught. Every common people will just pass the buck on to you that, okay, I have got a very poor civil engineer over there. So this civil engineers have got a very important task as well as the role towards the society, and as a constructor also. Now, of course, everybody will imagine that, okay, after the civil engineering, I am not go to the field and just go for laying the bricks and the cement and other things over there. No, even at the each and every stage, the background of the civil engineering is must. How much cement is to be added? What should be the size of the brick? What should be the depth of the foundation? What should be the size of the reinforcement? What should be the depth of the septic tank? What should be the depth of the dam? What should be the height of the dam? All those things, they come into the, you can say, handy only in case you have got the civil engineering background. And last but not the one, that is operators of the society's economic and the social engine. So society is dependent on you. Mind it, it is the society and the social engine, which of course you'll have to hack. And depending upon your role, you have to just create a society. Type of the society is again why people are praising about the foreign collaborators. Why people are asking the foreign collaborators. Why the Chandigarh was designed by the foreign people over there? Because they appreciated the work which was done by the French people over there. Why we are praising the Japanese stores? Why we are praising the Singapore buildings? Because there is something inbuilt. It is that means the civil engineers have done a marvelous job over there. Civil engineers are protectors of the natural environment and its resources. This is a task which is given to the civil engineers, a very tough task which is there. Now, you have to create the infrastructure, but without disturbing the balance, you cannot create the infrastructure. Now, once you are creating the infrastructure, you have to disturb the balance. Now, that balance has to be disturbed within some parameters. You have to keep the environment in check. You have to keep the resources in check. You cannot keep on digging the earth infinitely. So you'll have to just manage the resources in the best, you can say, possible way over there. So civil engineers, they are the innovators and integrators of ideas and technology across the public private and academic sectors. This, of course, is the integrators of the ideas. Let us say you are practicing, client is with you, you have to satisfy it according to his needs. You have to get constructed a house. You'll have to see the requirement of the habitats of that house, and only then you'll have to design. So civil engineers as well as the architects, they have got a very, very important role over there. And even in the public buildings also, you'll have to just see that what is the requirement of that public building. What for what purpose this public building is to be constructed. In case it is going to be the office building, in case it is going to be the railways, in case it is going to be the buses, in case it is going to be the malls, you have to see the requirements. You have to see the requirements of all the sections of the society. For example, these days, people are feeling the pinch of that we don't have the access to the buildings for the physically handicapped persons. This is what is there. So when the building was designed about 30 years back, nobody had thought of this idea. But now this idea is coming up that, okay, you should have provided the ramps over there. You should have provided the ramps. You should have provided the access to the buildings over there. So that part is basically required over there. So this is what is the innovation which is required. And you have to perceive for the future. It is not so that for the present setup you have to design the building. For the present setup you have to create the infrastructure. To the present, you can say academic requirements, you have to create the things, but you have to see the future also. So this is what is the important task which a civil engineer is required to perform. Then of course, so many calamities, so many disasters, they are happening over there. So civil engineers, you are the managers of risk and uncertainty caused by natural events, accidents, and other threats. Basically, you cannot have a risk-free infrastructure because you have got your hands tied. Take the cases of earthquake. Nobody had imagined that in the Gujarat, so much havoc will be there. In Nepal, so much will happen. Even about 15 days back, so much will happen in Pakistan. Of course, who are the sufferers? It is a common man. And there we cannot blame the civil engineers. But of course, that we can take some safeguards. We can take the safeguards in the sense that, okay, we'll have to see that what are the areas which are prone to the earthquakes. Then we'll have to modify our designs. Now we cannot go for the only bricks. We have to just go for the alternative materials so that they are earthquake proof, so that the lives of the inhabitants are safe, so that they are accident free. So natural contingencies, they have to be taken care of. Similarly, there can be excessive rainfall. So for the excessive rainfall, you'll have to just design. You'll have to just perceive that what can happen. Similarly, for the exclusive summer, when the temperature might be touching 50 degrees, you'll have to see that one also. So you'll have to just manage everything, and uncertainties can be there. So balance is to be required, and that balance comes from the experience. There can be other threats also, maybe because of the storms, maybe because of the wind, maybe because of the other calamities. So you'll have to just, you can say, look towards that one also. Fine. As I have already told you that the civil engineers, they have to make their presence felt over there. So definitely there will be leaders in the discussions and the decision shaping, public, environmental, and the infrastructure policy. So from this discussion, we can easily infer that without civil engineering discussion, no projects can be completed. Even if you just want to have the installation of the lift, of course it may be electronic installation, but the background of the civil engineers is required over there. So that is there. Even if you have to install a machine over there, so the foundation of that machine has to be strong enough that the weight of the machine, the vibration which the machine is producing, that is enough over there. So that part, again the requirement of the civil engineers is concerned. Because, and even the railway lines, railway engines, they are designed by the mechanical engineers. Their railway signals are designed by the electronics engineers. But installation of the signals, foundation of the railway lines, and the load which the lines have to transfer to the ground, that is again, you can say, taken over by the civil engineers over there. So you'll have to work in tandem with the other branches over there. So from the functional and the beautiful Golden Gate Bridge and the United States, so these are the examples which, of course, they are petting the back of the civil engineers over here. So this is again the marvelous, you can say, civil engineering feature, which is the that is in United States, Malaysia, France, and of course then we have got the water supply and the sanitary sewer systems. So civil engineers, they have made the mark around the globe, whether it is undersea construction, whether it is oversea construction, whether it is multiple level construction, whether it is infrastructure construction, whether it is dams and all other things. So civil engineers, they have to be there. These are some of the examples which I'm just putting over there. There are thousands of examples, and of course we can just, you can say, have a pat on our back that our young our brothers or our civil engineer brothers, they have, you can say, created the marvelous things over there. Yes. Civil engineering has increasingly recognized the reality of shrinking resources. Now, this is the problem which civil engineers are facing now. That is, in the sustainable world, you cannot, you can say, utilize a particular material for the, you can say, times to come, for the years, because naturally the once you are using the resources continuously, so resources are going to be depleted. So you'll have to go for the alternative. So what is that alternative? So that's what is there. Civil engineering has increasingly recognized the reality of shrinking. So that is again a task which a civil engineer has to do. In the case of the construction of the roads, let us say, you are using aggregates. Now, aggregates, for how long you can use the aggregates? One time you'll be having zero aggregate. So for zero aggregate, you'll have to supplement. So what is that supplementing material? That has to be, you can say, explored by you. The desire for sustainable practices and the design. So that means you'll have to go for the alternative design also. So that thing is to be taken care of, and the need for the social equity in the consumption of the resources. That is a big, you can say, challenge for the civil engineers. It's now highly required to transform themselves from designers and builders to project life cycle sustainers. This, of course, is quite understood that you cannot utilize the resources to the optimum. You'll have to strike a balance. In case my subgrade requires a particular type of nature of the aggregate, then I'll have to supplement that one. And of course, then for the subsequent layer, I'll have to just see the design. So this is what is required. So civil engineers, basically it is not so that you'll have to execute the road, construction of the road in the field over there. You'll have to alternate design. You may be asked to, that okay, no, this resource is out, you go for the alternative resources. So that is the task which you have to supposed to perform over there. So this is again, you can say, pat on the back. Civil engineers have helped raise global expectations for sustainability and for environmental stewardship by highlighting the use of new environmentally friendly technologies to improve the quality of life in the urban environments. So my dear brothers, so these sentences, they are just giving us a lot of, you can say, task, lot of, you can say, responsibility which we have to perform. So let's gear up for that one, that how it is required over there. So we have to make this word sustainable. And it is not so that usable. Usable is there. For usable, you'll be just using the existing resources. But you'll have to make it as a sustainable also, so that my future is also secure. So these are the stages which are there. Improve, routinely incorporate recycling, either by using recycled materials or by making project components recyclable at the end of their useful life. Improved designs, routinely incorporate. As I told you, that resources are going to be depleted. Once the resources are going to be depleted, you have to go for the alternative. Now, recycling is another thing. You can reuse the existing material, supplement it with the new material, so at least you can compensate for that one. So that is again a R&D area which is there. New processes, less harmful to the environment, have been implemented, should be explored, and most new construction is based on a green and responsible technology. Such broadened responsibility, along with the increasing breadth.
ये आवाज उनको इंग्लिश नहीं नहीं उनकी नहीं है
complexity, and rate of change of professional practice all put greater emphasis on research in various areas. So all the areas which have been defined, all the areas which have been categorized, they require the responsibility of the civil engineers, and they have to tackle all the professional practices, and they have to put all their cylinders up so that the research in those areas it is basically leading to the useful activities. Okay, research and development. Now, research. What is research? Means research, explore, and after exploration, go for the development. Means once you have research in area, putting that thing into practice, then the development takes place. So that means pass on the
तो दिख रहा है ना से आपको स्क्रीन
development. Research for making environmental considerations as a part of life cycle and cost benefit analysis.
पता नहीं क्यों कनेक्ट
So
नहीं
the society is giving you a very important task. So for that one, what is required? And they say that okay, civil engineers give us the alternative, and this alternative should be friendly to the users. It should be acceptable. In case your research is not acceptable, and your research is zero, you cannot do anything. In case it is not brought into the market, it is not accepted in the market, it is zero. So that part is to be, you can say, taken care of while we are just executing any research activity. Civil engineering has defined a balanced approach in driving the research agenda, spearheading interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and multidisciplinary collaboration in prioritizing basic research needs on national and global levels. Very deeply. Civil engineering is a jack of all trades but master of none. But he has to collaborate with electronics. He has to collaborate with mechanical. He has to collaborate with production. He has to collaborate with electrical. So that something comes out and it's useful for the society. So interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary approach has to be, you can say, explored over there. Civil engineering quickly moved to the forefront to identify the research agenda to study the application of nanoscience, nanotechnology, and biotechnology. Just see, nanoscience scientists, he may not be ready to accept the civil engineer. Nanotechnology, he will say that, okay, mechanical people or electronics people will say, no, it is my domain. I won't allow civil engineers to enter into my domain. But no, he is having that misconception that he is all in that one. So basically, we'll have to collaborate with that one. And so civil engineering quickly moved to the forefront to identify the research agenda. Engineers have recognized that nanoscience and nanotechnology products are the new pathways for major technological innovation in the field of the construction. Yes, people have started recognizing that one. Unless and until you know about the background of the materials, how can you identify? How can you identify that okay, this building is going to be heat proof? For heat proof, you'll have to just explore the materials which are available to such an extent that they just, you can say, create the, you can say, heat proof environment over there. Research now focuses on the faster development and deployment of technologies. That, of course, is obvious that we'll have to just go for the fast-track, latest, and the new technologies so that the acceptability is there. In case acceptability is not there, then you cannot go for that. Anyhow, the research during the past 2 decades in the areas of information technology and data management have significantly improved how facilities are designed, engineered, built. What is there that engineers, they are, you can say, facilitated by the software. They are facilitated by the data entries. They are facilitated by the computers. They are facilitated by the ITC tools. They are facilitated by the latest technology. That's handy. But the basic research of the civil engineering will remain intact over there, and these are the applied tools, which of course are handy for the software. In addition, it is realized that the technological improvements today may enable applications on the field. That's the gray area. for the civil engineers. Highly integrated planning and construction tools supported by four-dimensional databases have been enabled by significant research investment and expanded computing technology. That, of course, as gradually research is carried out, so you are just, you can say, into that here over there. Real-time monitoring, sensing,
So ये जो दे रहे हैं अभी
data acquisition, storage, and modeling have greatly enhanced the prediction time leading to informed decisions. This is giving us a lot of, you can say, tool with us. Just see the development of the infrastructure, the development of the metro. In the metro, we know that after 1 minute, the metro is reaching my station. How it is possible? That is with the help of the data acquisition. That is with the help of the real-time monitoring. That is with the help of the GIS. That is with the help of the GPS techniques over there. Similarly, we do predict that after this much of the time, this bus is reaching this place. See the app cabs. You just get the message that your cab is reaching in 2 minutes. Your cab is over here, this way, that way. Of course, they are using the civil engineering infrastructure, but with the help of what? That is remote sensing, geospatial spatial techniques, GIS, GPS, real-time monitoring. So all those things, they are basically leading us, making us comfortable. So it is nothing but the application of all those. See the case of the toll plazas. So in that case, what is happening? So it's a vehicle is crossing, right? Automatically, once he is crossing, his weight is also recorded over there. Everything is recorded. Then
देखो सीधे तीसरे मिनट की पढ़ रहे हैं
so smart chip technology
इसका तो नाम नहीं आ रहा है
enhance the materials tracking
लेकिन कॉलेज अच्छा
and reduce the cost. Wearable computing devices facilitate the communication among on-site engineers, workers, and inspectors, and provide access to remote documents and the resources across the global divides. See your WhatsApp. Through this, you can exchange the data. See other tools, your GPS and other things. You can just find the change which has occurred, and they are just the facilitators for the civil engineers. So instead of going to the field, carrying your theodolite and all other things, slogging for the whole of the day, and just getting, let us say, 20, 30, 40 levels over there, now you can get whole of the area in single sheet of the paper with the help of your instruments, with the help of your GIS and the GPS techniques over there, and while sitting in your cold environment. Application of computers and communication technology for intelligent transport systems need further study for its proper implementation. That is the research which requires over there. That's, of course, everybody says that, okay, we can borrow the technology from the abroad. No, that is not possible, because borrowing the technology as far as the transportation is concerned is, you can say, may not be suitable for us, because the nature of traffic, the nature of transportation systems, the nature of demand which is there in the Indian conditions is entirely different than the abroad over there. So that, and even the social and the demographic structure is entirely different over there. Of course, we can just get some idea over there, but well, because the heterogeneity of the vehicles and the homogeneity of the vehicles, they mismatch a lot over there. So that has to be taken care of. A variety of advanced sensing, computing, and communications technologies handle tasks that range from collecting tolls to controlling traffic signals, and they are integrated into coordinated systems that manage traffic flow. The full impact of computers in our profession has not been realized yet. Far more is still to come as computing power and optical and wireless networks continue relentlessly to double in power every 2 years. That, of course, is there. Still we are lagging behind that one. Still we are not complete. So daily we are just getting more and more, you can say, inputs, and then we are just using there, you can say, we are just applying those things over there. Similarly, the innovations in information and telecommunications, such as satellite GPS for precise site measurement and control in real time, are reducing the cost of the design and construction. You can now design 20-story building within 2 hours. And earlier on, we used to design a single-story building in 1 month. See the difference which is there. So it is not so that the civil engineers have vanished from the scene. Civil engineers have been, you can say, facilitated by the other branches, by the other tools, so that we are able to, you can say, serve with the society, and we are able to see the, you can say, meteorological predictions. These are possible only once we are having those type of you say activities, and people are dependent upon those activities. So while civil engineers play the central role in planning and building the necessary infrastructure for the growing population, it's unlikely that yesterday's technologies will suffice for tomorrow's challenges. Nobody can predict that the earthquake is going to be of this magnitude. Nobody can predict that this section is going to be sufficient for the time to come, because my population is rising, my demands are rising, attitude of the people is changing, demography is changing, so everything is changing. So civil engineers, we have to change. We have to, you can say, plan the things in such a way that we are just, you can say, oh, my present technology is not sufficient. So just to explore the technology, I'll have to think in what way, so that after some time people don't discard me. So we'll have to be, you can say, conversant with the latest one over there. So yesterday's technologies cannot be sufficient for the tomorrow's challenges. So let's see what we can do, what a civil engineer can do. Now, this is the latest issue which is coming up, that is transportation issue. This is one issue which, of course, well, I'll make it very handy. Today, in a particular city, we are having 5 lakhs vehicles. After 2 years, I'm having 7 lakhs vehicles. After 10 years, I'm having 15 lakh vehicles. So that means today people are garlanding civil engineer. Okay, very nice roads. I was able to reach from this place to this place in 5 minutes. But after 2 years, the same very people will be saying, yeah, what a civil engineer he has done. A lot of congestion is there. And after 10 years, you'll be just, you can say, going underground, because people will be after your life. And what you have done a faulty design. You were not prepared for the future. So we civil engineers, we have to be prepared for the future. And that is how it is possible. Projection of the present trend of the vehicle usage reveals a rather ugly and unsustainable situation, both in terms of traffic congestion, air pollution, and noise pollution. So these are the challenges which are coming up as far as this transportation area is concerned. So these challenges, they have to be, you can say, taken care of. And how they have to be taken care of? The effects of the population growth. These are the causes: increasing transportation congestion, decaying infrastructure, shrinking waste management options, environmental deterioration, destruction from disasters, and the effect of global warming represent a significant problem to mankind, which must be mitigated by the civil engineers. So, just responsibility which a civil engineer is going to have. There is a need to develop solutions to these complex problems using innovative approaches involving the most effective technological and management techniques. It is not so that the civil engineer himself can be innovative. He has to take the help of the other branches also, which, of course, how is it possible? Alone, a transportation engineer cannot solve the problem. He has to take the help of the other people over there. Let's come to the basic. Why my roads are congested so badly? Why is my road network poorly managed? How to make our roads smarter? Now, these days we are talking about the smart cities. How can we make the road smarter? It is not so that we can increase the width of the road and then, okay, we'll say that, okay, Mr. X, you can move freely, you are smart enough. No, that is not the responsibility which a civil engineer is supposed to undertake. Why roads are congested so badly? Why road network is poorly managed? So all these things are linked up. So what we have to do, because this is a chronic problem which is, you can say, mind-boggling for the civil engineers. Everybody is blaming the civil engineer. It is not only the mechanical engineers. So mechanical engineers, they are designing the buses. They are designing the buses environmental friendly. Electronics people, they are giving the electronic buses. They are giving us the electronic cars. They are giving the electronic trains, bullet trains, all those things. But infrastructure we have to create, keeping in view their demands over there. So this is the task which we are supposed to perform over there. So this is what is there. Just imagine what is happening. Our population is increasing, and just see the prediction. As I told you that, okay, in the present we cannot live, for the future we have to live. So what is going to happen in 2050? See what is happening in Brazil, what is happening, Russia, what is happening, India, how we are prepared over there, China, and all those things. So what it is going to run? it is again going to boomerang on the civil engineers. Civil engineers have to be awakened enough that okay, no, this bombshell is going to come, so we have to be prepared for that one. So in what way we can tackle that one? Let's see. Now, my population is increasing. So it's not so that all the increased population will be moving on foot. So they'll be buying the vehicles because that is a necessity. And for necessity, so in every part of the world will be having the vehicle growing. So once my vehicles are growing faster than my income, so that means I'll have to create the infrastructure. And once I'm asked to create the infrastructure, I'll have to explore. I have to go for the research. So what type of the activity I'm supposed to find it out? Let's see. So ultimately, it is leading to what? Increasing the population, increasing the vehicles. Ultimately, it is creating this problem. So here also, people are after civil engineers. It is not the fault of the users also that they are just, you can say, using the roads at their own street will and other things. But the problem is really reflected into this one. It is not so that we are not having the adequate space. This one also. Once you are parking the car, you'll have to wait for another person over there, and so that he can just come and just wait. Yeah, let Mr. A go, and then only I'll be coming. This is another situation. While moving, also everybody wants a space. So my roads are packed over there. This is another story. So ultimately, leading to what? Just have a look at it. I asked him, Mr. Singh, he says that he's getting prepared for the future. That means one day is going to come that I'll have to discard my vehicles, and again I'll have to come to those old civilizations that okay, I'll be using those my animal drawn vehicles over there, so that they don't require parking. They don't require any infrastructure. So that means what the civil engineers they have done it for the last 400, 500 years, that is going to end ultimately into a zero. So civil engineers are not, you can say, born for this thing. So ultimately we'll have to explore that what we can do for the future to come. Okay. Again, let us see why this traffic congestion is happening. Population is increasing, income is increasing, prices, car prices, because that is another sector which is coming up, which is there. Then fastest growing car market world, and the world is, you can say, developing. Then increasing car ownership, population spread, and under-resourced network, which is there. Now, under-resourced network is that means civil engineers are being blamed indirectly over here, which is there. So that again will have to, then ultimately it is leading to what? Urban traffic congestion. So again, civil engineers, they didn't work properly, that is why the congestion is there. So let's see what are the challenges before us. Okay, we have been talking about the congestion, we have been talking about the inefficiency and other things over there. But you know what is the price which we are paying for the congestion? Because in case we are able to tackle the congestion, what we'll be doing will be serving the humanity, will be serving the society. So these are the, you can say, this is the cost which society is paying. First is time loss, very precious loss, fuel loss. You are made to stand at the intersection, fuel loss is there. Then increasing the operating cost, that's also very taxing. Increase in accidental cost, that is also there. Loss in the revenue generation. Then of course the other activities are also there. So all those things, basically what can be done? Civil engineers, we can reduce it by the better management. So better management is only possible in case we just explore the areas. That what are the reasons for exploring? We'll have to see that what are the reasons, what can be done, and what are the predictions, and in what way it can be, you can say, put into operation. Only then we can, you can say, work upon. Just have a thought to this one. That is time loss. Everybody is after the time. Everybody has got a very precious time. Whether he's in the village, whether he's in the city, or whether he's traveling over there. So that part is to be taken care of. So this is a tremendous, you can say, exercise which is required to be done by the civil engineers. That okay, in case we are able to time manage the things over there onto the transportation system, will be you can say serving the sections of the society. Now let us understand what are the time factors. You are traveling on a road, or you want to reach your destination. From your home, you'll just reach the bus stop. That is your access time. Then you'll be waiting for the time, waiting for the bus. Then you are getting a bus and traveling into the bus. Then in case you have to get another bus, you'll be changing the bus. This is what a common person is doing while using a transportation system. Whatever, whether it is a metro, whether it is your bus, whether it is your auto, whether it is your rickshaw, all these four stages he's just undergoing over there. Beyond that, no activity is taking place. Right? Now, in this case, what a civil engineer can do? Now we have to tackle the congestion. Now, in order to tackle the congestion, we have to discourage the people from using the road so that my road space is available. So that is called my management. Goals of traffic management are to make the productive use of the road capacity and the maximum safety. This has got a very deep meaning. You have designed a road, let us say 2-lane road or the 4-lane road. 4-lane road, at the most, it can accommodate about 5,000 PCUs of the vehicles. Fine. In case it is exceeding 6,000, 7,000, jam will take place. Let us say I am making the road where the safety is not there. That is, again, the blame is on me. So that means I'll have to take some measures. It includes some measures to manage the supply of the road space, improve the road capacity, or quality, or the safety. But I cannot improve the road capacity by simply widening the road. I cannot do it because my space is limited. In case I have to develop a new city, I am at a liberty. But even then, I cannot go beyond a particular limit over there. There are some specifications by the Indian Road Congress. So in that case also, improving the road capacity is fine, agreed, but there is some limitation. Similarly, quality. That again is dependent upon the civil engineer. Safety, signalization, zebra crossings, slip roads, all those things, they have to be provided. But they cannot tackle your congestion. The congestion has to be tackled only in case you are just having R&D areas. You are just exploring the possibility that what is, you can say, going on over there and what is required over there. That part is to be, you can say, seen. So you have to seek to adjust, adapt, manage, and improve the transport system to meet the specified objectives. Presently, let us say my objective is just to tackle the congestion. My objective is to just manage the traffic. My objective is to make the maximum use of the road capacity and the maximum safety over there. So these are the tasks which I am supposed to manage. These are the tasks which I have to prepare for the future. These are the tasks for which I have to study my inventory. I have to study that what is happening over there. So objectives of the traffic management for my civil engineers, just to facilitate and enable the travel of people with ease, efficiency, and safety. Optimize the system capacity and the maximize the safety, which of course is there. And moreover, mind it, in case I just, you can say, allow a particular vehicle to travel, let us say at 200 km per hour, it is not so that the civil engineer has done a marvelous job. Not at all. You'll have to just take care of all the sections of the society. You have to take care of all the, even the slow pedestrian also and the fast moving vehicle also. So that part is to be saved. That means maximize safety. You have to provide the safe system to my pedestrian also, to my rickshaw also, to my trolley also, to my old people also. So I have to just manage the traffic because they are also part of my traffic. Traffic is categorized into two categories. One is non-motorized traffic and another is motorized traffic. So safety is priority for both. It is not so that a Muslim person is driving and he is just crushing my pedestrians. That is the biggest, you can say, drawback of that particular road system. And the blame is on the civil engineers. That is the faulty design. Provide priority for the public transport or the mass transport system. That is there. Because without this system, you cannot sustain any traffic management system over there. This, of course, that so many systems have started prevailing over there, but you'll have to take care of this thing also. That will again depend that how much quantum of the, you can say, passengers are for using this mass transportation or the bus system over there. Facilitate the convenient and the safe movement of the pedestrians and the non-motorized traffic. Okay, we have talked a lot about the transportation. We have talked a lot about the vehicles. We have talked a lot about the pedestrians and other people over there. But there are some effects also about maybe the horror, maybe the pollution, maybe the other things over there. So this thing again has to be there. Okay, I am providing the capacity for all the vehicles to move. I am providing the facilities for all the vehicles to move. But you know what the vehicles are doing to me? They are just, you can say, creating a lot of pollution to me. And this flow chart is showing that pathways from the pollutant sources to the toxic effects. And ultimately, whatever pollution is being generated, it is just going into the bodies of the users over there, bodies of the human beings over there. And ultimately, what is happening? Their health is being affected over there. There are two types of emissions as far as the pollutants are concerned. One is the fuel engine characteristics emission controls, then the mobile source emissions, then of course from the atmospheric pollutants. Then all these are just giving the negative exposure to the users, and all these they are just going through the, you can say, inside of the body of the users and just creating the toxicity and creating the negative impact on them. So once I have just, you can say, stressed upon the pollutants which are being generated because of the transportation issues. So let me understand what a pollution is. So it's nothing but it is an introduction by humans deliberately or inadvertently of substances or energy, heat, radiation, noise into the environment, resulting in a deleterious effect. Whereas contamination is the presence of elevated concentrations of substances in the environment, food, etc., which are not necessarily be harmful or in nuisance. So this is the pollution as a general. But as a transportation, what type of the pollution which we are just, you can say, facing? The pollution can be primary, having effect immediately on release to the environment, or secondary, the product of interaction after release with the moisture, other pollutants, sunlight, etc. Pollution may be local, regional, global, or the transboundary. The effects may be direct, indirect, or the cumulative, felt intermittently or constantly, immediate or after a delay, affecting the atmosphere, water bodies, oceans, groundwater, soil, or be restricted to certain organisms produce or the localities. Basically, any type of pollution is very much harmful to the human beings. The effect of pollution may be short term or the long term, pose a hazard or a nuisance, be toxic or non toxic, take the form of a chemical, biological, radiation, heat, light, noise, dust, or the other problem over there. Now I'll be dealing specifically with the, you can say, negative impacts of the road transport on the social and the economical environments in terms of congestion, air pollution, noise pollution, annoyance, accidents, and other things over there. So basically, what is there? Till now, we can easily conclude that okay, fine, transportation is a problem, not as far as congestion is clear. It is again affecting the human beings also as far as their health effects are concerned, whether it is in the form of air pollution, or whether it is in the form of the noise pollution, or whether it is in the form of the accidents and other things over there. Such environmental effects lead to poor visibility, high accident risk, noise pollution, air pollution, diminished aesthetics, impairment of ecologically sensitive area, and high costs in using transportation system. Imagine a vehicle is constantly blowing the horns near the hospital. Just imagine the plight of the patients. A vehicle is constantly putting the horns into near a hall where the examination is going on. Just imagine what is going to happen. So, what is what is the after effect? So everybody is going to curse. So that part is to be, you can say, seen over there, that how it can be, you can say, utilized. So air pollution is one of the, you can say, outcome is basically the presence of the foreign substances in the air in excessive concentration, which adversely affects the well-being of the individual or causes damage to the property. According to World Health Organization, air pollution is defined as substances put into air by the activity of mankind into concentration sufficient to cause harmful effect to his health, vegetables, property, or to interfere with the enjoyment of his property. This is a very general, you can say, definition which WHO has given us. But as far as the civil engineers are concerned, will be just, you can say, deliberating from the context of the transportation air pollution and how it can be, you can say, utilized. Indian Standard Institute defines air pollution as air pollution is the presence of ambient atmosphere of substances generally resulting from the activity of man in sufficient concentration, present for a sufficient time and under circumstances which interfere significantly with the comfort, health or welfare of the persons or with the full use of or enjoyment of the property. Now, being civil engineers, we experience the fog. Now, why fog is there? Why photochemical smog is there? It is not so that suddenly the atmospheric changes have taken place. It is because of the creation of the mankind, because of the pollution it has come up. Because ultimately, whatever is the pollution, every pollution is not going into the bodies of the human being. They are suspended in the atmosphere also. So ultimately, they are just creating a blanket over there. So higher emissions from the road transport have increased concentration of harmful air pollutants to levels which frequently exceed public health guidelines and the standards. Motor vehicle exhaust is a complex mixture. Its composition depending on the fuel type and operating condition of the engine and the use of any pollution control device. Pollutants and their derivatives can cause adverse health effects by interacting with and impairing molecules crucial to the biochemical or physiological processes of human body. Basically, this is the background of all the pollutants which are there. Just see, this is what is there. Ultimately, these are the toxic gases which are being inhaled by the persons who are standing nearby or the adjacent, you can say, people who are just using that one. So these are the sources of air pollutants. One is the point source, which are the stationary sources. For example, chimneys of the industries, chimneys of the power plants, then municipal, you can say, biodegraders. Area resources, these are the small stationary sources and the mobile sources with the indefinite routes such as residential heating, commercial and institutional heating, open burning, city traffic, etc. Then the mobile sources, line sources, these are the highways, railway tracks, navigation routes, then area sources, airports, railway stations, and airports. Just imagine people who are living near the bus stand, people who are living near the railway stations, people who are living near the navigation routes. See the amount of noise, see the amount of air pollution which they are going to face over there. So basically, air pollutants are classified and according to the origin. So primary air pollutants are those which are emitted directly to the atmosphere and found there in the form in which they are emitted. For example, carbon monoxide, SOx, NOx, hydrocarbons, radioactive compounds, particles of metal, pollen, bacteria, etc. The five main primary air pollutants are CO, SOx, NOx, SC, and the particulates, which contribute more than 90% of the global air pollution over there. So these, of course, out of these, basically CO and the SPM, they are the very, very, you can say, negative impact over there. Secondary air pollutants are those which are produced in the air by the interaction among two or more primary air pollutants or by reaction with normal atmospheric constituents with or without photoactivation. For example, ozone, peroxyacetyl nitrate, formaldehyde, formation of acidness, smog induced, coal induced, and the photochemical smog, etc. These are the secondary air pollutants which are there because they just combine with the other agencies and then they create the negative effect. And according to the chemical composition, on the basis of the chemical composition, air pollutants can be divided as organic and inorganic air pollutants. Organic compounds contain carbon and hydrogen, and many also contain certain elements such as oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphorus. Examples of organic air pollutants are hydrocarbons, aldehydes, ketones, carboxylic acids, organic sulfur compounds, etc. Being civil engineers, we are not concerned about these chemical, you can say, compositions, but of course, we'll have to put our foots down so that we have to handle it from the civil engineering point of view. So these are other compounds which are there: CO, CO2, SOx, NOx, according to the state of the matter. This is basically the chemistry guided, you can say, matter. Particulate air pollutions include finely divided solids and the liquids, dust, smoke, and other things. Then this is gaseous air pollutants like benzene, methane, butane, aldehydes, as well as the inorganic gases like SOx, CO, NH3, H2S, NOx, etc. Effects of air pollution on the human health. This, of course, we already have the background of our earlier, you can say, classes. For example, the air we breathe has not only life-sustaining properties but also life-damaging properties. An average man breathes 20,000, 22,000 times a day and takes on 16 kg of air each day. The impurities in the inhaled air can affect human health in a number of ways depending on the nature and the concentration of pollutants, duration of exposure, and each group of the receptor. Just see the danger which we are there. The various effects are, for example, eye irritation caused by NOx, ozone, pan, and the smog. Nose and the throat irritation caused by the SO2, NOx, insecticides. Gaseous pollutants, SO2, NO2, hydrocarbons, and other nuisances. Irritation of the respiratory tract by NOx, increase in mortality and the morbidity rate. And the various health effects are like eye irritation, nose, and other things. High concentration of SPM, photochemical smog, can aggravate chronic diseases like bronchitis and asthma. Carbon monoxide, which is 200 times more reactive than, because it combines with oxygen in our blood and it creates a very negative effect. Hydrogen fluoride can cause fluorosis and the teeth damage. Then air pollutants such as polycyclic organic compounds, aliphatic hydrocarbons can cause cancer. Dust particles can cause, even the dust which is being by brooming by your street sweeper, it again creates that problem also. So danger is there. Heavy metals like lead may enter the body through the lungs and can cause poisoning. Its high concentration can damage the liver and the kidney and can cause abnormality, fertility, and pregnancy and the mental development. Then exposure to radioactive isotopes like iodine. This is again, you can say, background of medical, you can say, people as well as the chemistry people over there. But there are some standards which are given by the Environmental Pollution Agency. Standards are there. So these are the limits which have been set for carbon monoxide. Average is there, 1 hour average is there. 9 ppm means 9 parts per million. So 1 hour average, 35 parts per million. Nitrogen oxide, ozone, lead. Because why I am just stressing about this one, because they are the pollutants which are basically, their primary source is the vehicles which are there. So then how we can, you can say, handle these ones? It is the prime duty of the civil engineers that they have to explore. That okay, we have to minimize the pollution over there and we have to maximize the efficiency of the transportation at that stage. These are the Indian national standards: sulfur dioxide, then RSPM, lead, carbon monoxide, and other things. And they, of course, have categorized into 3 areas. One is industrial area, residential area, and the sensitive area. Sensitive areas like your hospitals, schools, and your ecologically sensitive area. Industrial area, see the quantum of the, you can say, values which are there. In industrial area for sulfur dioxide, it is 80 is the average, but in residential area it is 60, and for sensitive it is 50. So just see the, you can say, sensitivity which is given to a particular area which has to be there. And another pollution is by noise pollution. This, of course, whereas the air pollution can affect from the local level to global level, traffic noise is a nuisance in the urban areas and in towns that suffer from a lot of through traffic. And at locations around the transport terminals. As I have already told you, that a person who is just having his residence near the railway station, near the bus stop or stand or near the metro station, just imagine the plight of his, you can say, surviving. So effects of noise can be broadly classified into auditory effects. A distinct change caused to hearing. All these are causing the, you can say, damage to our hearing. In most of the cases, hearing loss is caused by gradual shifting of the threshold of the hearing. Noise-induced temporary threshold level, nets related to temporary displacement of heavy threshold level, and when the frequency of nets is more, it becomes more chronic and develops noise-induced permanent threshold shift. I hope the name suggests. In the beginning, you will require a person to speak at a louder voice. Only then you will be able to listen it. And ultimately, the stage will be there that you won't be able to listen to that chap over there. So this is nits and the nips. They are the two terms which are, you can say, having those marks. Then non-auditory effects relating to interference with speech communication, sleep work tasks, and the annoyance. Once you are sleeping, you'll be suddenly waking up because of the noise and other things. Now, this sound level meter is a very handy instrument for our civil engineers. Now, with this, we can just measure the noise level of a particular area and just see whether they are exceeding a particular limit or not. Because standards are already defined, EPA standards are there. We can just measure and just, you can say, just compare it for whole of the day and just find out that what is the average level of the sound which is, you can say, coming up. So it is just an instrument. It's a very common instrument. It can be held in the hand like a mobile is there, and they are commonly used for the quantification of different kinds of noise, especially for industrial, environmental, and aircraft noise. However, the reading from a sound level meter does not correlate well to human perceived loudness, which is better measured by loudness meter in addition to that one. And these are the standards, FHWA noise standards. This is Federal Highway Association. They are basically dealing with this highway noise, transportation noise only. So land use category E, B, C, and D over there. Land use means use to which a land is put. Then the design noise level L10 is the parameter which is decibels. Description of the land use category for parks. Whenever it is a park or the open spaces or the quietness, then it is taken as a land use category A. Part B is residential areas, hotels, schools, churches, libraries. They are under category B. C is the developed areas, and D is the residential areas of the hotels or the, say, libraries. Now, ambient standard. These were the international standards, but India, they have given their own standards for silent zone. They have given as a 50 LEQ, and during the daytime, during the night it is 40. And for residential, during the day it is 50, 45. 65 in the commercial for day, and during the night it is, so night they are less and day it is more, because there you can say uh, natural barriers are there because of the movement of the traffic is going on. Now, areas up to 100 meters around certain premises like hospitals, educational institutions, and courts may be declared as a silent zone. This is the distinction which is there. And nighttime is considered from 9 to 6 there. And daytime is from 6 to 9. These are the standards which India has set up. That is CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. They have set up the standards from this one. So we have to follow these standards. Okay. Now, basically, in case we have to just use the negative, you can say, pollution for the betterment of the transportation, then we can do some research over that one. So let us say it can be blessing in disguise for the transportation engineers. In case my transportation vehicles are giving me the pollution problem, I can handle that one and use it in a positive way also. For example, any study related to environmental pollution should be in joint concern of so and so. The study of the has different, you can say, dimensions. Let us say I assess the air and the noise quality by field measurements and compare them with the standards. I have identified the locations. I'll find it out air pollution as well as the noise pollution over there. Then I'll start preparing a model, air noise pollution model to determine the pollutant concentration. Fine, that is also agreed. I can prepare a model, get a data, prepare the model. And then how I can utilize that particular model. Now, to prepare a model, to get a data, I have to carry out certain steps. What are those steps? I have to carry out the traffic characteristic studies. Then what is happening on my road? What is happening during the time, during the daytime, during the night time, like that. So what is happening? Again, I have to see, and then I have to, you can say, get very authenticated data over there, because my aim is to prepare a model, and that model will be just, you can say, achieved, will be utilized for the management of the traffic. This is my R&D. This is my research, which I'm going to start over there. So for the research, we require parameters. So this is one of the important parameters. Now, traffic characteristic means what? It requires volume, it requires speed, right? It requires inventory of the road, it requires direction of the traffic, it requires time of the traffic, it requires season of the traffic, it requires whether it is an annual variation, daily variation, seasonal variation, and it requires whether it is on a working day or a non-working day. So like that. Then similarly, second, noise pollution due to traffic at different locations in the city. Just see, you might have seen them in the previous slides that we have got different areas: residential, commercial, industrial, silence. So definitely I'll have to identify those areas. And then I'll have to find out the noise pollution due to traffic at the different locations. So my locations are given by CPCB. I have to measure the data and see what is happening. Similarly, ambient air quality in correlation to traffic. So that means, in case I am able to lay my hands onto this one, then what I can do, then based upon the data collected, I can prepare a specific model for the air and the noise pollution, fine, with the data for whole of the year. It is not for the season, because that model can vary depending upon the season. So whole year data is required for this one, and whole 7 days, 7 into 365 days data is required, and I'll have to develop a model. Then these models should be validated. Your model is useless unless and until it is validated. Once you validate the model, only then you'll be able to use it. Otherwise, model, I 10 बार एक दिन पे 10 बना दूँ. I'll prepare 10 models, but what for? Unless and until somebody can use it, which would provide the necessary direction for the future and will also facilitate recommendations and guidelines for the urban transportation planning. So this is what is the, you can say, concept of research. That okay, parameters are there. You have to apply these, and based upon those parameters, prepare a model and then validate the model and then give your recommendation. Only then you'll be a successful researcher over there. Otherwise, collecting the data, anybody can collect. No background of civil engineering is required. Even getting the conclusion from the data, any statistical person can do it. But preparing the model, keeping in view the background of your civil engineering, is a must over there. This is what is the, you can say, research for the civil engineers. So this is, I'll give you a case study. I'll give you a case study over here. We carried out a study in one of the areas, and we applied exactly the same thing over here. So what we did, we just, you can say, divided the area into different sites. What? Identification of the sampling site. First of all, I had a recce of the area. Then identified some sites so that, okay, I'll just identify, for example, sensitive area, residential area, commercial area, then this market areas. I identified, and I said that, okay, these are my areas, and I'll be taking up the data from these particular areas. Now, because identification of sampling site is a very, very important task. Reason being, in case any of the important site is left by you, and it is having a bearing on your model, that means your model is faulty. This model cannot be applied. This model cannot be utilized. So that means your research is zero. So the research is nothing, but you'll just keep on knowing that what are the parameters which are required over there. So identification of the sites or identification of the parameter itself is a, you can say, task which of course requires lot of, you can say, study over there. Then the traffic studies. What type of studies I require? Let us say I require two types of the studies only, but I'll have to just see the literature that okay, whether these are sufficient or not. In case these are not sufficient, then what else can be there? Again, I'll have to see. Then maybe that in case this parameter is not available for that particular site, I'll have to change the site also. So that means first and the second, they are correlated over there. So once the first and the second are matching over there, then I'll have to go to the third one. Because third and the fourth, they are the nothing, but they are the, you can say, outcomes of that one. Because first and the second, they are giving me the sites methodology, and the third and the fourth, they are giving me the, you can say, giving me the confidence. Okay, fine. I'm just working on these things, and then these are my, you can say, this is my thrust area which is going to be there, right? So what happened? Then the experimental protocol is decided. In the traffic statistics, let us say traffic volume, I have identified, let us say, two things, traffic volume and the speed. But there are various methods of traffic volume. There are various methods of the speed. So in that case, what I have to do, whether I have to go for the manual method or whether I have to go for the mechanical method, that again the decision which I have to take. Because sometimes the traditional methods are more useful than the latest methods. So that thing is to be kept in mind. So while doing the research, one has to be flexible enough. One has to have the acceptability that okay, fine. नहीं, अगर उसने ऐसा किया था, I cannot do it or I won't do it. No, this is not so. Because you have to explore. Sometimes 200 years back method may be useful still for your work. That again depends on what type of parameter you are using. Similarly for the noise, that is the noise level. So that means what type of instrument I require, I have to decide. So that is the method which is there. Then what type of analysis I am going to expect, like L10, L50, L90, and LEQs. These are the parameters. L10 is the parameter which gives that 10% of the, you can say, noise is exceeded by that value. L50 means 50% of noise is exceeded by this value. 90 means this one, and LEQ is a formula which is used to find out from this one. The meter will be giving us L10, L50, and L10, which is a noise level meter. Then the air pollution, that is the CO. CO monitor is again, which of course there are so many CO monitors. So one type has to be decided because you have to be sure that I will be using, because once you are onto the site and say that you are which type of that is a poor, you can say, research. So before going into the field, you'll have to just do a homework in such a way that everything is crystal clear in your mind over there, and all those parameters. So this chart is very much handy. This chart will be handy till you compile your research, till you give your recommendations over there, because then you can do the reverse engineering. From the reverse engineering, what you can do that, okay, I had planned this one, that was my objective, whether I am able to achieve my objective or not, this is what is there. Then let us say I identified these sites, residential, silence, commercial, and those. So sites are identified. And on the sites, traffic flow was found out. In the traffic flow, some data was found out. Then chart was prepared. Now you just see, this is one of the examples which is being quoted over there, that during whole of the time from 8 o'clock to, let us say, 6 o'clock, this is one part of the chart which is there, because it's not possible to show all the charts. 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock, let us say, 10-hour chart, and I'm just seeing the variation of the traffic which is there. Means from 8 to 9, I am having, say, a particular value. From 9 to 10, I am having a particular value. Then it is decreasing, then increasing, and all those things. So that means I am able to just know about the quantum of the traffic which is there on a particular location, in a particular direction, on a particular day. Just see, it is written now, sector 22, that is location, direction towards 23, day, Monday. Time is at the bottom, and PCU is another parameter. which is nothing because we'll be recording your traffic in terms of the how many cycles, how many scooters, how many. So basically, all that traffic has to be converted into a single unit. Only then you'll be able to compile the data. So that there is a conversion factor which is coming from the Indian Road Congress. There is a code IRC 106 over there. From the code, you can convert it into the PCUs, and then you can get this type of the data. Then after this, you can find out the speed, and the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and all that speed is there. And this is again for direction as well as the day. It's not moving on that side. Okay, now it's. So this is, then I have found out the pollutants. Found out the pollutants on the off days as well as the on days, and then just see the type of the pollutants and the, you can say, timings of the pollutants which are there. For finding the pollutants, the Indian Standard Institute, they have given the codes for the carbon monoxide. We utilize equipment which is called as a high volume sampler. It is installed on the site, and then we just find out the different, you can say, pollutants. NOx. These are the gaseous, you can say, pollutants which are there. And depending upon the values, we can just, you can say, interpret in the form of the bar charts over there. Now you just see, let us say from 9 to 10, in case my traffic is also high, very much high, then I can easily correlate that, okay, this pollutant is because of my traffic over there. Because simultaneously I am doing that activity also, which is there. So that means teams have to be made. One team is for the noise, one team is for the air pollutant, one team is for the traffic data over there. So all those three parameters are being made simultaneously over there, and at the end of the day, you're just, you can say, compiling and just finding it out over there. Now, after I have collected the data, huge data is there. Now my job is to prepare the comprehensive model. Ultimately, this was my objective. That I have to collect the data and I have to prepare a model. So that model is to be prepared, keeping in view the air pollutant as well as the noise pollutant as a separate, and vis-a-vis traffic characteristics. What type of the model I can develop? Let us say. Let us say this is my model for the noise. LEQ is 37 point something, 4.2, VN, so and so, and in case of the noise pollutant, the model correlating this, LEQ is noise equivalent, VN is the volume of traffic on the near side of the road, SN is speed of the traffic on the near side of the road, VF is volume of the traffic on the near side of, you just see. What does this signify? 4.269 log to the VN. That means 4.269 is a very important, you can say, figure for this, because VN is nothing but your volume of the traffic on the near side of the road. Means it's you can say nuisance value is more than 0.254 VF. That is on the far side of the road. So from this model, basically you can have a idea that what type of the activity which is there. Then there are softwares, that is SPSS, which is there, from which you can just find out the p-value also. And in case my model is okay, then p-value should be less than 0.0001. And in case it is not that one, that means my model is missing some of the parameters and it requires a revision over there. Similarly for the air pollution also. Right now, you just see the models which is there. TB is the traffic in passenger car units, right? CA is concentration of carbon monoxide, N is the NOx, and S is the so and so. That means my traffic volume is having dependency on the pollution, C, N, and other things. And similarly, in the previous slide, we had seen the noise over there. Now validation. Now I have prepared a comprehensive model. Then I have to validate my model. Now for validating the model, I'll be collecting another data and then finding out the predictions. This is one of the same process was done for the new site, for the validation site, and then for that I have prepared the same thing over there. And for that, what I'm going to do, the same traffic speed, traffic volume is the same, noise level is also the same. Then of course now here is the comparison. This is the comparison. Now column number 1, serial number. LEQ is the observed. LEQ is the predicted. Just see the validity. LEQ observed means from the new site. This is the from which the validation is going on, and predicted from my model. Just see the difference. Very less difference is there. So this is what is, you can say, the hallmark of this basically research, that unless and until you do the validation, your model is not usable over there. This is as far as the noise is concerned. Now, in case I just go for, this is again the comparison in the form of the bar charts. Then this is air pollution. Similarly for the air pollution also, the data was found out, and at the different timings for the non-working and the working day, the data was found out, and this was the comparison. Traffic was observed and predicted, and this is what has happened. So that shows that my model is fully in agree with that one, and just these are the bar charts, which just supports that okay, that was the objective which was to be carried on. So from this, what I conclude that okay, my model can be utilized, and my model can be used to, you can say, manage the traffic, keeping in view, in case I got my pollution parameters with me, I can, you can say, divert the traffic, keeping in view the pollution parameters. So basically for the traffic management, I can just, you can utilize that one. For example, the noise models can be used to find the noise levels at a particular location if the values of traffic volume and speed on the near and the far side of the observer is not fine. To combat the noise problem due to traffic, the traffic management measures can be taken to bring traffic volume and speed under control. That is very important one, very handy for the civil engineers. When air pollutant concentrations is known by carrying out the air pollution studies, that the traffic volume can be known and the vice versa. Similarly, traffic management measures can be adopted in the problematic areas. The model correlating, because sometimes you don't have any time to go, you don't have any expertise to find out the traffic characteristics, then you can just go for the measurement of the environmental parameters. So that can be handy for you. The model correlating the air and the noise pollutants to the traffic characteristics can be used in traffic planning and the management from the environmental point of view. The noise models. So this is all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Umesh Sharma, for really giving us the in-depth sight regarding the various areas of civil engineering for research, especially in the field of transportation as well as environment. So house is open for questions. Any question from C.V. Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, actually, I'm an electrical engineer. I have a small doubt regarding actually why the roads are tilted near the highways towards the turning. In the national highways, we have seen the roads are tilted.
Oh yes.
So,
Basically, the roads are tilted just to provide us. There is a word that is called as a super elevation. Because once you are negotiating a curve on a national highway, what is there? Your vehicle is moving like this, and your centrifugal acceleration is acting away from the vehicle over there. Just to give the stability to the vehicle, we are just make the roads little bit of the tapering towards the inside over there. That is called as a super elevation. That is the case similarly in the case of the railways also. That is called as a, you can say, coning of the wheel. So this activity is required as far as the design of the road.
Any other question, please?
Good morning, sir. I want to know what is the significance of noise-induced permanent threshold shift. What is the significance?
Can you just repeat?
Noise-induced permanent threshold shift. What is the significance?
You won't be able to hear anything. This is a permanent deformation. You won't be able to hear anything.
Yes. Hello.
This is
Sir, I want to know what is the significance of noise-induced threshold shift. What is the significance?
this is so you won't be able to hear anything. Basically, in case you are just affected by this particular activity.
Thank you, brother.
तो कहाँ कोई नहीं बोल आप कहाँ बोले मुझे ओके थैंक यू सर
Then you can reframe the question also if you think that you want maybe some communication gap is there. Like some here you can reframe the spirit of the question.
ओके थैंक यू सर थैंक
Any,
यू
any other question? So we'll move to Dronacharya Group of Institutions, Greater Noida.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful lecture that you have presented over. And I have one question based on research and development point of view. Should we go for vehicle point of view or design point of view of road structure or something else in research and development?
Both the areas are open actually. For design also, you can have the innovative design, and but of course the steps are the same one. You'll have to go for the you have to identify the parameters and then go for the validation. And in case your design is accepted, that means your research is through.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there is no other question, we'll move to next center. Madhav University, Sirohi. Yes, please. Any question from Madhav University, Sirohi? Hello. So we'll move to next center. Kaladungi. This is Government Polytechnic Hisar, please. Any question from Government Polytechnic Hisar?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I want to know any application area of textile in civil construction. Can you please tell me?
These days, basically textiles. You have heard about the geotextile.
Yeah,
That
sir.
the movement
Smart.
which are there. They are being utilized for the stabilization of the roads, stabilization of the subgrades, and improving the bearing capacity of the roads.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any other question? So we'll move to next center. JECRC University. Kaladungi, Government Polytechnic Kaladungi. Yes, please. Okay, then. So on behalf of Electrical Engineering Department and on behalf of all the participants, I express my gratitude to Dr. Umesh Sharma, who has highlighted in a beautiful way the various aspects and research fields in the area of civil engineering with special reference to transportation as well as environment. So thank you so much, sir. We had a really very fruitful and engaging session from your side, and we hope that we'll have more such interaction in future also.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll meet after 15 minutes of the tea with taken up by Dr. Rajesh Mehra.
अभी तो वही टी ब्रेक चल रहा है टी ब्रेक ही चल रहा है अभी चलो
Good morning, everyone. In this session, we are going to have a talk from Dr. Rajesh Mehra. He is working as associate professor in our institute in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. He has got rich experience of around 20 years in the field of digital signal processing, VLSI, and embedded system design. He has guided more than 80 MTech theses and published more than 300 papers in various esteemed journals. He has anchored one book also on PLC and SCADA. He is guiding PhD also in these areas. So I would like to request him now to give us insight regarding the electronic design automation research tools, which is very much required for the research in the field of engineering. I request him to kindly engage the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poonam Syal, and good morning to all the participants at different centers. As Madam has already given my introduction to all of you. So I am working in Electronics and Communication Department since 1996. So at present we are going to start with our session on EDA research tools. Here EDA stands for electronic design automation. Basically I am from electronics field, so I will give you some idea about how to proceed with different tools available in the market for research activities, and I will try to keep my session as simple as possible, because at different centers different participants may be there, they may be from different streams. So I will try to take very simple examples so everyone can understand the importance of CAD tools in research areas. So brief outline of this complete session is we will start with overview, then different category of tools like design capture tools, design simulation tools, design synthesis tools, then we will conclude our session, and later on some references. First of all, we will start with our overview. Whenever we start with our design, for example, if any researcher or any designer, he or she want to design any system, then for designing any particular kind of system you should have some inputs with you. Only after that you can go ahead with your design part. So those inputs can be in different forms. First very important part of your design input is design specifications. First of all, if you are making some design for some particular application, for example for mobile communication, in mobile communication you can design your system for 2G, 3G, at present 4G is also in market, and 5G is in research. It is very hot topic at present. So you should have complete specification of that system. Once those complete specifications are there with you, only then you can go ahead with your next part of designing. So it is very important part, design specifications. After design specifications, you designer have to take care of different design constraints, and by keeping these constraints in mind, like these constraints can be error. Whenever we do any research, either we work on reducing the error, or we try to enhance the speed of our system, or we try to make our system area efficient by consuming less number of resources for complete design, or we in some portable applications where power is very important, just like in our mobile phones, we concentrate on our power consumption also, and we try to optimize our power consumption. So these are four major research areas where a researcher can work depending upon the input with the designer or researcher. Now to achieve sorry, to achieve these four areas, you should have design tools with you. Means a designer or researcher is handicapped without these tools. So if you don't have proper tools for designing any system, you can't go ahead with your complete system design, or you can't do any research. So exposure of available design tools is very important. If this thing is not available with the researcher, then it is very difficult to proceed with your research or design part. So in this session, we will find out what are the different tools available and how you can use these tools in your research part, and how to make your system effective while using these different tools. Major category of these tools are, we can divide them in three categories. One is your capture tools, second one is simulation tools, and third one is synthesis tools. In most of the softwares we use these tools, and synthesis tool may not be used in all the softwares, but when you are going to implement it in hardware, then synthesis tools, it play a very important role. Otherwise, capture tools and simulation tools are very basic tools, and those are available in all kind of softwares. So synthesis tools are also important to find out the these constraints like speed, area, power. So now we are going to discuss these different tools in detail in our next 1 or 1.5 hours. And now, by having these different design constraints with researcher, the expectation from the researcher or the designer is he or she has to design a system based on these given specifications. Whatever specifications are there with you, you have to take care of those specifications, and by using those specifications, your aim is you have to reduce the error, you have to enhance the speed, to optimize the area and power consumption in order to provide a cost-effective solution. So whenever you are going to design any system and you want to launch that system in the market, it should be cost-effective and it should compete with all other you can say products available in the market. So mostly we directly or indirectly we deal with in optimization of these parameters. Either you are going to work on error, that is also known as MMSE, minimum mean square error, or you enhance the speed of your design. You can take either single of these parameters, or you can use two out of these parameters for optimization. It depends upon the input with you. Means whatever research paper you are following, you have to just look at that research paper. Means what parameters are given in those research papers. Those research papers are based on error reduction, those are based on speed enhancement, those are based on area or power consumption. Depending upon that, you have to find out one area that you can improve with your research efforts. So with this input, we can go ahead with our different category of design tools. First of all, we will discuss design capture tools. As I already told you, we are going to take very basic, simple example from electronics, but I will try to link it with MATLAB also and Simulink also wherever it is required, in order to make it more understandable to the participants who are not basically from electronic background. But any participant from computer, electrical, IT, instrumentation, they can easily understand this thing. Even other branch participants can also understand this session, because I am going to take very basic examples. So first is design capture tools. Design capture tools are nothing but, you can say, these tools are like how you give input of your design to the software. Design capture tool means the number of ways your software can accept the input. So as you already know, if you are working in MATLAB you can make your design either in M code or you can design it in Simulink. So these design capture tools can be either in textural form or it can be in graphical form. So textural capture tools support, for example, MATLAB. MATLAB means whenever you are working on MATLAB, whether you are working for communication, you are working for electrical or any other engineering, in MATLAB you design your system using M code. Basically you have to write the code of your system. It is in the form of you can say program. Likewise, if we discuss it from hardware point of view, here next part is HDL. HDL stands here for hardware descriptive language, and most of us are very familiar with MATLAB, and we also find MATLAB easy as compared to hardware implementation. Whenever we simulate our design on MATLAB, we simulate it and we try to find out the error in your design, and then we compare it with the existing results. So in MATLAB, basically we can reduce MMSE, that is minimum mean square error, or we can reduce the computational complexity of the overall system. And once these things are optimized, then next step is its hardware implementation, and for its hardware implementation we use another textural capture tool, that is your HDL. And this HDL can be further divided in two categories. One is your VHDL and another one is your Verilog. So this is a basic idea about how you can use textural capture tools. It depends upon the designer. If designer is more comfortable with programming part, then he or she is going to opt for this option, that is textural capture tool. But most of us are more comfortable with graphical capture tools because it is in the form of, you can say, it is in pictorial form, just like in Simulink. Because whenever we try to understand any block diagram, we find it more easy as compared to any program. So if you are working in MATLAB, another part of MATLAB is Simulink, and in Simulink we can design our system using block diagrams, and most of us are more comfortable with Simulink. Likewise, if we discuss it from electronics point of view, then we call it as schematic design. Schematic design is used for designing your circuit using transistors, using AND OR gates, using multiplexers, larger modules. So these two major categories are there. One is textural capture tools and another one is graphical capture tools. The major difference between these tools are, if we compare these two tools, textural capture tools are easy to modify. Basically, if you want to modify your system, you can easily modify it using textural capture tools. But the drawback of first one is it is difficult to understand. Textural capture tools are difficult to understand because if you have in code in front of you, and it is not very easy to understand that particular code. And in comparison to these textural capture tools, second category is our graphical capture tools. In graphical capture tools, they are easy to understand, but the drawback is the modification is difficult in case of graphical capture tools. So depending upon the requirement, depending upon the comfortable of the designer or researcher, we can opt either textural capture tools or graphical capture tools. Now MATLAB, as you already everyone is aware of this thing. I suppose you have done some work on MATLAB and you have developed some M codes, and those M codes are basically your in the form of texture. Now I am taking the example of HDL, and as I told you, HDL is basically hardware descriptive language, and it is further divided into two parts, VHDL and Verilog. These two languages are used for your hardware implementation on FPGAs. Those are field programmable gate arrays. Now, if we just consider VHDL, you can see that this is the code. You have to write code in this form in case of your VHDL language, right? This is your first part, that is textural form of inputting the your code or for designing your system. This is first part. Basically, you have to write the code, and that code may be in the form of VHDL, or it can be in the form of Verilog, or you can write that code in the form of M code in case of MATLAB. And now here you can see that the schematic design, the difference I have already told you, the difference between textural and pictorial. Basically, the textual, it is easy to modify, but it is difficult to understand. And schematic, it is easy to understand, but it is difficult to modify. So this is the main comparison between these two type of capturing tools. So here another example of schematic design, or you can say graphical design. Here you can see that we are using different gates for designing our circuit, and same thing in our code. We were designing one adder, full adder, using that complete code. Here we are designing that complete design using these gates. This is in the form of pictorial graphical form, and you can make it in the form of transistors also. And depending upon the input with the designer, let us say you are following some paper, research paper. If that paper is based on one circuit that is in the form of transistors, then no doubt you have to start your design in the form of transistors only. And your CAD tool, it should support that transistor entry, transistor capture tool should be there. If your paper contains any circuit that is in the form of gates, then you have to start your design in the form of gates, and your CAD tool, it should support your capturing the input in the form of gates. If it is in the form of VHDL or Verilog, then you have to go ahead with VHDL and the Verilog. So you should have all these options, and your software, your tool, whatever tool is available with you, it should support all these input methods, these different input methods. Now, the second one is, once you enter the design in the form of code, or in the form of you can say schematic or pictorial information. Once you design your system using these techniques, and you input these systems in the software, next part is you have to check the simulation. You have to perform simulation, and then you will check the behavior of your circuit. Whatever you are expecting, whatever should be the output, you have to cross check that output by using different design simulation and verification tools. So this is second category of your EDA tools. In simulation and verification tools also, we have different categories. We can simulate our design at different levels, and first one is your, here we are going to consider these three major simulation environments, you can say. First is your circuit level simulation, then we are going to discuss this timing simulation, and the third one is your logic level simulation. So what is circuit level simulation? As I told you, if we are going to design our system at transistor level, means we want to simulate our system using all the characteristics of our transistor. Then that simulation is known as SPICE simulation. You can see that SPICE stands for basically simulation at transistor level, and mostly HSPICE programs are used for this SPICE simulation. And this SPICE simulation normally it is supported by Unix or Linux based operating systems. So here in this system, we design our system using transistors, and then we consider its ideal and non-ideal characteristics for simulation part. And you can say that this kind of simulation is accurate one. It is the most accurate simulation, because it is going to consider everything: resistance, capacitance, effect of temperature. So many parameters are there. We are going to perform the simulation by considering all these parameters. Once you consider all these parameters, only then you can design your chip for actual environment. So if you are not considering all the parameters, then your chip, you can get simulation on your screen, but it may not work in actual environment. So that is why it is the accurate one. You can take the simulation, and then you can implement it in actual environment. And this kind of simulation is, the drawback is it takes long time for simulation, because you have to consider number of parameters for simulation. No doubt every parameter is related with some equation, and at the back end of your software that particular equation will be executed, and once that equation is executed, only then you will get the simulation of that particular parameter. If you are considering, let us say, more than 100 parameters, it means that your software has to run more than 100 equations behind the screen, and once those equations are executed, only then you will get the simulation. So this is the main reason this type of simulation takes maximum time for simulation, but it is the most accurate one. Means it is going to give you the accurate result. So advantage is accuracy and disadvantage is its time taken. Now here you can see that these are characteristics. I am just giving you one example. This is the characteristics of simple transistor, and you can see that these are different characteristics, means linear region, cutoff region, saturation region, and these are the different parameters that I am going to that I am telling you about. These are the number of parameters we are considering in our simulation. So as we go on increasing these number of parameters, the accuracy will increase, but it also increases the time of simulation. So this is the most accurate, you can say, simulation. This is one example of your circuit level simulation. Then there may be when you are simulating your model for circuit level, then some inaccuracies may be there, some errors may be there, and those errors because of the selection of inaccurate models, MOS models. And for example, first point is inaccuracies in MOS model parameter. MOS model here is nothing but it is your MOS, PMOS and MOS transistor we are talking about. And inaccuracy in MOS model parameter means whenever you are going to simulate your design in software, your software is going to take the default values, right? And if you change those values, no doubt, whenever you are going to perform some research, you have to change something. Otherwise, you can't perform any research. But some standard values will be there, default values. And if you deviate from those default standard, or you can say default values, there may be some error. There may be some error, or there may be some improvement. That is research. So you have to change the things, you have to change the parameters, you have to analyze the performance of each and every parameter. If any parameter is going to introduce any error, it means that we don't have to change that parameter, keep it as it is. If any parameter gives you any better result, then you can keep it as it is. This is basically you can say designer's choice. Whatever change he or she want to keep, he can keep that change. Whatever change you don't want to keep, you can discard that change and you can keep the default values. First point is inaccuracies in MOS model parameter. Second one is inappropriate MOS models. As I told you, SPICE simulation takes maximum maximum simulation time, but is accurate one. So this is the higher level of simulation, means top level of simulation. Below that there are other models of simulation, and those models like level 1 simulation, level 3 simulation, BSIM4 simulation. BSIM4 simulation is basically example of SPICE simulation, and level 1, level 3 simulations are lower level simulations. Level 1 simulations is fastest of all these other models, but it is less accurate as compared to BSIM model. Level 3 simulation is more accurate as compared to level 1, but it is more time consuming also. And BSIM4 is basically the it is more time consuming, but it is the accurate one. So you have to find out whether you want to simulate your design for accuracy or you want to simulate your design for time saving. If you want accuracy, then you have to go for the design that is BSIM4. If you want simulation in very quick time, if you are concerned with simulation time, then you can opt for level 1 or level 3, but the accurate one is your BSIM4. So timing simulation, as I told you, if you are not concerned about exact timing or exact delay in terms of megahertz or nanoseconds or milliseconds, then we can go ahead with unit delay also. We can just roughly we can find out the delay of our circuit on unit delay basis. Means this part of circuit can give you 1 unit delay, this part of circuit can give you 3 unit delay. Likewise, we can calculate means overall delay of this circuit will be 20, but it is not accurate. We are just guessing it. So you can have some overall, or you can say guess of that complete design, means this much delay will be there. If you want accurate delay, then it will be in SPICE. So timing simulation, it gives you basically simulation in or it gives you time delay in terms of units, unit delay, and it is less accurate as compared to SPICE simulation, but it is fast as compared to SPICE simulation. Then next is your logic level simulation. First is you are considering all the parameters of one particular transistor. Now logic level simulation means we are going to design our circuit using different gates. As I told you, it depends upon the input, means what is the you can say domain in which you have the input. Means whatever paper you are following, if in that paper your design is in the form of transistor, you can't choose this one. So you have to go for that SPICE simulation only. But if in your design is in the form of logic gates like AND gate, NAND gate, NOR gate, then this kind of simulation will be used, and your software, it should support logic level simulation also. If your software cannot support logic level simulation, then you can't design that particular design, or you can't compare it with that particular paper. So it is very important, if you choose any paper for your work, you should choose proper tool, and you should have good idea about the tool. Means this tool is going to support this kind of simulation or not. If that kind of simulation is not available in your tool, later on you will come to know that, okay, I am making that design, but that simulation is not there, then how can you compare that design with that existing paper? So it is very important. If your design is in the form of gate levels, you can use gates, very small gates, then it is going to give you the delay in the form of units. As I told you, it can give you delay in the form of 20 unit, 30 unit. You can use these gates, you can make bigger circuits in terms of modules. By using these gates, you can make adder, you can make multiplier, and those adders and multipliers can be used to make larger systems in terms of your DSP processors, microprocessors, microcontrollers. So you start from transistor and you can go up to any point, and you can go up to SoC also, system on chip. So basically, gate level simulation, here I am giving you this example of gate level simulation. If it is clear to all of you, here you can see that this black window, I don't know whether it is clear at your end or not. You can see that here we have different gates. We are using XOR gates, NAND gates, and we are making what? We are making one full adder. So what is basically, we are inputting our design in the form of gates. Basically, we are capturing our design in the form of gates. It means we are working in which domain? We are working in graphical domain, schematic domain. We are not in textural domain. We are in graphical. So we have made this full adder, and it is very easy to understand this full adder. Otherwise, if you are going to use code, then it may be difficult for you to understand. So once you design your full adder using these gates, then you have to simulate it. This is the simulation of that particular full adder. So wherever you are going to design your circuit, next part is always simulation. You can't go ahead with your design without checking the behavior of your circuit, or without checking the output of your circuit. You have to check whether the whatever output you are getting from this circuit, whether it is fulfilling it is fulfilling your requirement or not. So it is very important, simulation. Whatever is the you can say domain, you are going to make that circuit in that domain, and you should simulate it. If you can't simulate it here, and you are going ahead with your design, later on if your design is not as per your logic, then it is of no use. So once you design your circuit in the form of gates, you simulate it. If it is as per your requirement, then you have to go further for your design. Next is switch level simulation. Switch level simulation here is it is like, if your input means, if your circuit in your paper or in your book, whatever circuit you are following, if it is in the form of gates, then you have to follow the previous technique. You have to design your circuit in the form of gates, and then you have to simulate. Now if your circuit is in the form of transistors as a switch, transistor symbols, then you can't make your design in the form of gates. It is very difficult. You will follow your design in the form of transistors only. For example, this is the example. You can see that here we are using we are making one inverter. Here you can see that we are using one PMOS, one NMOS. So if your circuit is in the form of transistor in book or in research paper, then you can't select any other input technique, capture technique. So you have to select switch level capture technique, and your software should be able to simulate your design in the form of switch level of transistors. So here in this design, this is one inverter. Inverter, I think everyone knows the working of inverter. Inverter is nothing but, if you are giving input and input is low, then your output should be high. If input is high, then output should be low. So if you want to verify this circuit, you can see that this is your input, this one, inverter 1, and this is the output of that corresponding inverter. When it is high, here you can see that when it is high here, this one, this is the input high, and your output is here, it is low. Again it is low, and here output is going high. So from here now you can easily understand that our inverter, our circuit, whatever you have designed, it is working as per our requirement. So you are checking the simulation, and once your simulation is complete, you are satisfied with the simulation part, only then you can move ahead in your design. So this is one example of switch level capturing of your design, and you are performing the simulation at that particular level. So if you can capture your design at switch level, and if your software doesn't support switch level simulation, you can't simulate it, you can't check it's working. So CAD tool, simulation tools, they play very important role in your complete design. Now apart from this, you may have input in the form of you can say a mixed mode form. As I told you, your design may be in the form of gates, or your design may be in the form of transistors. Sometimes you may have design that contains gates as well as transistor, both are there. So if both are there, these type of basically capturing means your software is allowing you to input your circuit. Either you can take gates, or you can take NMOS, PMOS transistors, and then you are going to design your circuit. That is known as your mixed mode capturing, depending upon the availability of your input circuit. So once that thing is there, then if you can capture your design in the form of gates and transistors, then your software should also support simulation at that level. Means earlier we have seen the simulation alone for gates, alone for transistors. Now our software should be able to simulate for gate as well as transistor. This is your mixed mode simulation. And in mixed mode simulation, basically you have to design your circuit using gates, you can use transistors, and then you have to simulate just like our previous slides. You will check this behavior of your circuits. Then next is synthesis tools. Now if you just look at these tools, previous tools, one is your capture tool, second one is your simulation tool. I think whatever software you are using, all the softwares are basically using these two type of tools. You have to input the design by using some capturing technique, whether you are writing code or you are making your design in the form of schematic. In MATLAB also, you write M code, or you write you design model by using Simulink. Then you simulate it. First is you are capturing with the help of codes. Then you are capturing in the form of block diagram using Simulink. You can't process or you can't analyze your design unless simulation is done. Second part is simulation. If you are writing some code, you have to simulate it. If you are designing some model in the form of block diagrams, you have to simulate it. So these two things are there in every software, even in MATLAB and these hardware kind of softwares also, VLSI or front-end softwares. Now, most of us are very comfortable with MATLAB and Simulink, and most of the research work at present available in our different, you can say, SCI journals, and they are basically, most of the work has been done by using MATLAB or Simulink. And very rare we move further from this MATLAB and Simulink. MATLAB gives you only simulation part, but MATLAB also gives you something that can be used for its hardware implementation. Whatever you are designing on your PC, it is up to PC only. You design something, you simulate your design, it is working fine. Okay, it is working fine in on your PC. But whenever you go for actual environment, it may not work, because in actual environment it is not simulation. You have to perform, your system has to perform in actual environment, taking different conditions. So actual after simulation in MATLAB or Simulink, you will get some output of MATLAB and Simulink, and that output is nothing but you will get some values, mathematical values, and whenever you implement that system in hardware, you have to use those values in your hardware. That is the link between your this MATLAB environment and hardware environment. So once your simulation part of MATLAB is done, then synthesis tools are nothing but, in synthesis tools basically these tools are used to give you the information about the number of resources required to make that particular design. As I told you, if you take one example of signal processing, let us say you want to process any signal. Digital signal processing is there. In digital signal processing, we always deal with multiply and addition. Nothing else is there. You have to either multiply or you have to add. For that multiplication and addition, your software provides you those hardware multipliers and adders. And what is to multiply? Basically, a DSP signal means most of the signal, your mobile is also basically processing signal in digital domain. Most of the signals are analog in nature, and when we receive those signals, those are in analog form, right? And then we take those signals, we convert those signals into digital domain, digital form. And why we convert these signals in digital form? Because manipulation of signal is more easy in digital form. So that is why we convert them into digital form. So the only gap between your MATLAB environment and hardware environment is when you convert it into digital form, and as I told you, you have to either multiply or add, and for that multiplication you have to multiply two signals, or you can say two numbers. In DSP, one is the signal that is coming to you from the environment, that is your input, one input, and what will be the other number that will be used to multiply with the incoming signal? That number you will get from the MATLAB. MATLAB gives you that numeric number, and that numeric number will be converted into its equivalent digital number in the form of zeros and ones, and that number, zeros and one, and the signal coming from the environment, that will also be converted in a digital form in the form of zeros and ones. Then those two numbers will be multiplied together, and later on those will be added. So in this form, in this way, when I talk about optimum system or optimized system means if you want to survive in the market, you have to produce one system that should be cost effective. If your system is very costly, no one is going to buy it. Your system should be cost effective, and it should perform, or it should be, you can say, it should compete with all the other products available in the market. Whenever we go for buying anything, let us say when we go for purchasing new mobile, what we keep in our mind, what we think, whenever we go, first thing in our mind is our budget. We have to find one mobile, and it should be, I mean, in this budget I want to spend this one, and I want maximum. I want maximum means I want maximum features. I want high performance. High performance means speed of your mobile should be high, and I want power efficient. Power efficient means your battery should work for maximum time. Power consumption of your mobile should be minimum possible. So these, once you move from MATLAB environment to hardware environment, these three main parameters will be there in your mind that you are going to consider in your research. So when I say it should be cost effective, it should be cost effective in terms of when I say in hardware implementation, we are going to use either multiplier or adder. We will try to reduce these number of multipliers and adders in our hardware design, because it is going to reduce the number of resources. Because if you are going to use more number of resources, it is going to increase the cost of your design. It is going to increase the area also. These days we want sleek systems, means yes, less weight systems. So this is very important parameter. Okay. If you want everything, you want audio, you want video processing, you want means your you can say mobile just like computer, you have to add those features, and those features can be added by additional hardware only. So you have to concentrate on hardware. You have to reduce the hardware requirement so that you can make your design area efficient or cost effective. Apart from this, at present, no one can wait. We don't have patience. We want everything very fast. If you are working on internet, you are downloading something. If it is taking time, we get very we get irritated because of that, and we want that downloading of that file very fast. So we are always concerned with our with speed of our system, as well as, no doubt, it is also dependent upon the speed of your internet connectivity. Plus, speed, it also depends upon the speed of your actual system. Then power consumption is very important. If you charge your mobile in the morning, you want it till evening, so that whenever you come back home, then you should charge your mobile, means it should not discharge in between, otherwise you are handicapped at present without any mobile. So these are very important parts. So why I am basically telling you all these things, these synthesis tools take care of all these three parameters. Synthesis tools tell you about the number of resources, means these number of resources will be used in this system design. This will be the speed of your system, and this will be the power consumption of your system. So these this third part is very important part from hardware point of view, from hardware implementation point of view. First two are very good, you can say, from designing and research point of view, if you are only concerned with simulation up to your PC. If you want to move towards the hardware implementation, this third one is very important. Now we are going to discuss what do you mean by these design synthesis tools, how these can be used to optimize different parameters. Now design synthesis tools can be divided in different categories. First is behavioral synthesis, then RTL synthesis. I will try to explain all those things, and I will try to make it easy so that everyone can understand. But because it is a little bit electronic based, so means try to please cope up and so that you can easily understand the things. And next one is your structure to layout synthesis, and here placement and routing. Basically this is completely related with your hardware part, hardware design. Now first is your simulation, behavioral simulation. As I told you, behavioral simulation, you also check that simulation at various parts. If we are designing one circuit in logic gate form, if we are designing it in the form of transistors, we are simulating it. There also we are checking the behavior. We are checking the behavior of our simulation. Here behavioral simulation means we write our code in the form of VHDL or Verilog, and as you can see that behavioral synthesis is basically, it is the fastest one, it is the first level of synthesis, and basically synthesis is also part of simulation. After simulation only you are going to synthesize what will be the system speed, what will be the power consumption. So it is part of simulation, but it is you can say working is totally different. Its aim is totally different. Its aim is to calculate the resources, to calculate the power, to calculate the speed. So this is fastest, and you can see that it is used to decide the number of assigned resources based on what timing requirements. It is going to give you the information about these are the resources required for your design, and this is the timing speed. Let us say, as I told you, in our constraints, as I told you, in
Sound is not coming, sir. Audio is not coming, sir.
make this area consumption low, and we have to achieve the desired speed so that our system can be your mobiles. Their power is of major concern, and you have to optimize power also, right? So these are the major parts. Here you can see that second point is insert pipeline registers to achieve. So if you are not achieving the desired speed, you can insert pipeline registers. You can achieve. You can insert these pipeline registers to enhance the speed. So these things. This is the basically behavioral simulation of hardware. Earlier we were just viewing those simulation. Those simulation were related with software part, means software simulation. These simulations are for hardware simulation. Here you can see that it is also inverter, and it is also showing the same behavior, and this one is your no, this is one gate, and it's if it is 1 1 and we are getting 0, this is, I think, 1 1 0 means NAND gate. Yes. So this is one output for gate. We are giving 2 inputs, and based on those two inputs you are getting the output. This is for hardware simulation. We are checking the behavior of our circuit. So in RTL synthesis, basically we when you capture or when you input your design by using different languages, as I told you, you can input your design using hardware descriptive language. In hardware descriptive language, again you have the option, you can use VHDL or Verilog, and we also call it as RTL HDL. RTL here stands for register transfer level, and why HDL? Because HDL has some good advantages over others. Like in HDL, it supports control flow, like if-else statements you can store. You can use iterations, means loops can be used. Hierarchy means you can use large programs, and then or large system. Then you have sub part of it. Then further it is divided in small part. And then here word weights, bit vectors, and bit field means how many number of bits you want to use to convert your input signal. These are different things. Then you can use sequential versus parallel operation. As I told you, if you want to enhance the speed, then you have to include parallelism in your circuit. And if your circuit is sequential, it is going to consume less resources, but its speed will be less. If you are going to perform parallel operations, your system will be fast, but it is going to consume more resources, so it will be more costly. Likewise, by using different gates, we can make registers, and then by using these gates, we can make arithmetic logics also, like adders, multipliers, encoder, decoder, whatever you want, you can design by using those gates. So this is your RTL synthesis, and how to perform this RTL synthesis. You can see that we write the code first in the form of VHDL. You can see that this is one example of ISC software, and in ISC software it is basically used for FPGA programming, field programmable gate array programming, and we write code. Here you can see that we are writing one code for half adder, and once you write your code in VHDL, then next part is you have to perform this RTL synthesis. In RTL synthesis, what this software is going to perform, it will convert that textural input, means your code will be converted into one graphical form, or you can say block diagram. Here you can see that one block diagram is there on your screen. This block diagram represent your half adder. You have 2 inputs, X, Y, and 2 outputs, your sum and carry. This is black box for you, means no one knows what is there inside it. But software, after performing this synthesis part, software has converted this code into this black box, or you can say this block diagram. If you want to further optimize it, then this RTL basically synthesis will perform what? It is going to strip out the registers, and it is going to optimize the network of gates that are required to implement that particular design. The registers are then reunited after optimization, and then logic optimization system basically it can be divided in two major categories: optimization, and that normally that is performed at the back end of your software. And those two categories are technology independent logic optimization and technology dependent logic optimization. If you have studied digital electronics, in digital electronics what we normally do, we try to optimize our design by using K-map or by using the Maklinsky method or tabular method. What is the basic idea behind that? By using K-map, we try to optimize our circuit depending upon different theorems, De Morgan theorem, different you can say optimization techniques, and those are basically standard techniques. Those techniques are not going to change from one software to another software. Means every software is going to you can say use those standard theorems, use those standard methods, and those software are going to optimize your design. That is why we call it as technology independent logic optimization. It is means whatever software you are using, everyone is going to follow this all these standard theorems. Next is your technology dependent logic optimization. Technology dependent optimization, it varies from one software to another software, and in this case library of each and every software, they provide you different options, and depending upon those options you can optimize your design. So first part will remain common for most of the softwares, for all the softwares, and where the important thing lies in different software is the second part, technology dependent optimization. Means what is the maximum optimization or optimal solution a software can provide, that depends upon the second part. Means library, how many number of optimization options are available in the library, and how many options are available with the researcher or designer. So depending upon that you can choose those options, you can optimize your design, and you can give one you can say solution or one product that will be optimal in terms of speed, area, and power. Example of this one, when you as you already seen, this is the block diagram. After your once you input your design in the form of code, your RTL synthesis, it convert that code into this block diagram, that is just a black box with just information of inputs and outputs. Two inputs XY, and output is your place them on silicon area. So in our optimization part, this placement and routing also plays very important role. Placement means how compact placement you can perform. If you can make your placement very compact, it is going to reduce the area consumption, and effectively it is going to reduce the cost. And your routing part, it is going to you can say relate the speed. If your routing is perfect, if you are your optimal routing is there, you are going to enhance the speed of your design, and plus it is also linked with power consumption. If your routing is optimal, then it is going to consume less power. So in this way, these are different you can say different options by which we can optimize this area, speed, and power. So this is the routing, and different kind of routers are available in different softwares. Those can be channel routers, switch box routers, maze routers, and then global routers are there. Example of global router is your clock. Clock is required to whole circuit, so you can say that it is global. Its requirement is global, so we use normally global routers. Global routers are fast as compared to these switch box, or you can say internal routers. So these are different kind of routers available, and this placement and routing is also dependent upon the floor planning, right? You have to if you have available number of resources, let us go move to this one. This is the you can say one example of floor planning. You have number of floors here. You can see that it will be more visible from here. These are different floors, and at the edge these are inputs and output pins, and this is the place where your circuit is placed. So you select the floor in such a manner your routing will be you can say it will be shortest possible, and your placement will be optimal, so that if you can reduce this or you can optimize this routing part, then you can increase the power optimization. You can reduce the power consumption, you can enhance the speed, and by exact placement you can reduce the you can say area consumption. So this is one example of your floor planning in placement. So placement is totally based on your floor planning. So this is routing example. You can see that this is internal routing of your circuit, and I think it will be not very clear to those participants who are not from this electronic or electrical or computer side. So we can skip this one. So finally, now our conclusion. Depending upon the input with the designer, as we discussed, what are the different inputs? A designer can have inputs in the form of design specifications. You can have different design constraints. Those design constraints can be error, speed, power, area consumption. And the next input with the designer is CAD tool. That is very important. And another input with the designer is whether your design, whatever paper is there you are following, or whatever book you are following, whether your design is in the form of circuit. Here in the form of circuit means whether it is in the form of graphical or schematic form, or it is in the form of code in software form. So starting from there, designer can now capture the design. No doubt that tool should be there with you. You have to capture or input that design, then you have to verify it. Verification is nothing but here simulation. One simulation is as per your requirement. Next part is synthesis. Synthesis is going to decide the area consumption, speed requirement, whether you are fulfilling the required constraints, and power consumption. So synthesize the circuit using most suitable options available with the software. So you have different input techniques, different simulation techniques, different synthesis options are there. You have to opt these different techniques, and then you can use these techniques in your design to make your design more effective, more optimal. So here, just I would like to conclude with this small sentence that you can perform effective research, or you can design system effectively if you have good knowledge of available software with you. Means what are the capabilities of that software, what we can get from that software, how what are the different techniques of capturing the design with that software, what are the different simulation environments in that software, whether that software provides you synthesis option or not. If it provides you synthesis option, how much optimization can be done in that software. So if you have all these knowledge with you, then you can easily go ahead with your design. First you can make the design simply straight away, make the design, you can simulate it, you can have actual result, then you can perform modifications, you can do optimizations so that you can get optimal results, and you can compare those results with existing results, and then you can come up with effective solution. So this is all about this session. These are some references you can see. One book is there from Neil Reste, and then user manual is there, ISE user manual, then microvein DSA. And here I would like to add one more thing, that if you want to do any research, and if you don't have any exposure, or if you are new to the software, sorry, it is always recommendable that you download the manual PDF manual of that particular software. Try to perform 2-3 tutorials of that software. Once you perform those tutorials and you are comfortable with that software, you can do lot of things with that software. So each and every software, they provide very user friendly user manuals, they provide help. So never means you can say wait for someone will teach you, someone is going to give you some idea. Everyone is very busy. You have to take initiative. If you are you want to do some research, you want to start some work on some software, don't hesitate, take that software. Even in MATLAB there are more than 80 toolboxes. Each and every toolbox has its own user manual, has its own quick start manual. Download quick start manual as well as user manual for that whatever particular area you want to select. Just go through that software, you will be master in that particular you can say tool. So these softwares, they provide very good you can say help, very good user manuals. No need to have additional books. Go ahead with these user manuals and then try to start your research or design part. These are some references, and then with this I would like to thank all of you, and I hope you will start some kind of research in your area, or you will start your design. If you are new to some software, you can start working on that particular software. You can download PDF files. So with this, I would like to now thank all the participants for being patient and for listening this session. Now I welcome all of you. If you have any queries, you can ask your questions, and I will be happy to answer those queries. Please.
So thank you, Professor Rajesh, for giving us such a beautiful inputs regarding the various type of software tools which are very much required for electronic design automation. So we'll ask the question from the various centers. You can ask from Dronacharya Group. Dronacharya Group of Institution, Greater Noida. Any question from our expert?
Yes, Dronacharya, please. If you have any query, you can ask. Next.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Please ask.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to ask you that if I want to learn HDL, where do I start from?
Okay. Actually, for HDL, so many basic books are there available, right? And at present, uh, if you want to go for some Indian author book, then Bhaskar book is there for VHDL, and then Perry is there. It is by foreign author. I mean, so many VHDL books are there. You can start from there with those books. Plus, you should download ISC software straight away, and you can easily make small programs initially, and then you can simulate it. You should know the flow, how to write your code in your ISC environment. You don't have to write the complete code. You have to just write two syntax. For example, if you want to make it for half adder, so your sum is equal to what? Sum is equal to x XOR b, and your carry is equal to your this sum and b, sorry, x and b. So likewise, these two syntax are required, these two lines. You will add these lines, and rest of the program you will get from ISC only. Likewise, you start with software, and you just follow some book. Let us say you start with Bhaskar, take that book, write small programs, and maybe once you are familiar with this software, so many other tools are available. Where if you want to go for higher system design, tools are available. Those can generate your HDL also. But you should have basic knowledge of VHDL, right?
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Any other question? So we'll move to next center, C.V. Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sir, I am designing using Xilinx ISA.
Yes.
But I am doubt on, sir, just explain me backend design and front end design.
Backend?
Backend design and front end design.
Actually, your question is not complete. It is not. Can you repeat it?
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, I want to idea about backend design and front end design.
Backend. Okay,
Backend.
you have idea of backend and front end design?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Front end design means you have one chip, one programmable chip, and you have to program it. Example of this is FPGAs.
Yes, sir.
When you work in ISC environment and you program FPGAs, right? You program your FPGA for some application, that is your front end design. And your back end design is when you create your own chip. For example, if you create your mobile chip, you are creating, nothing is there in your hand, you are making your chip. But in case of front end design, you have one programmable chip, you have to program that chip. That is front end design. Back end design is you are going to, even if you are going to make FPGA, that is your back end design. So creating
Yes,
that.
So for that, how to set the speed in the front end design? If you optimize the speed of a program, and how to set the speed of the program? Means you have to. Our aim is to reduce the power, reduce the area, and increase the speed. Then how to optimize the speed in the programming?
In programming. Actually, two algorithms are mostly used in front-end VLSI design. If you are aware of those two algorithms, one is multiplier-based algorithms and multiplier-less algorithms. MAC, multiply, add, accumulate algorithm. And multiplier-less algorithms are your distributed arithmetic algorithm, Cordic algorithm is there. Then these are multiplier-less algorithms. If you want to enhance the speed, as I told you, in MAC algorithm, if you are going to enhance the number of multipliers, or you are going to enhance the parallelism in your circuit, you can enhance the speed. But that is not optimized. If you are increasing the number of multipliers, it is going to increase the cost also, right? So always go for partially serial kind of architecture, where you are not making serial architecture, you are not making fully parallel architecture. You are selecting one architecture in between serial and parallel. that is going to enhance the speed as well as it is going to reduce the area consumption also. It depends upon your MAC algorithm. A distributed algorithm is also very good at present. That is multiplier-less approach. In that algorithm, we normally use LUTs, lookup tables, right? So when you are working on only this one ISE environment, or you are also working in MATLAB environment? Hello.
Hello.
Yes. You are working in ISE environment or also working in MATLAB environment?
Xilinx ISC only.
Only Xilinx ISE.
Also backend design. VLSI backend design.
Okay. Or and you are working in backend design also.
Yes, sir.
Right. So at present you want to enhance the speed in front end, so you can enhance the speed by introducing parallelism in your design, introducing pipeline registers in your design, but you have to check means how many number of multiplier or registers will be used so that your system will not become costly, right?
Everything in the design in the transistor level, but in the semi-custom, we have designed only RTL synthesis. In RTL, we just write the code and convert to the RTL.
You are talking on which software you are working?
I'm working on the Xilinx IS 14.7.
14.7.
Xilinx, and on the backend design, it is Mentor Graphics.
Mentor Graphics. Okay.
And
Cadence is also there.
Yes.
Okay. What is your question now?
So my question is that when I'm writing the program, then in the RTL synthesis, the program will convert to the gate level. In semi-custom. So we cannot reduce the size of the gate, or we cannot reduce in the placement routing case. We can reduce the cell size. Whatever the LUT, we are designing that way.
Okay. You are writing code, and then you are basically moving towards the. You are talking about ISE or Cadence or Mentor?
ISE.
You are basically writing VHDL code or Verilog?
Verilog.
Verilog. Okay. You are writing your code, and then you are moving towards its synthesis part.
Yes,
right?
Yes, sir.
So there you whenever you design your code, so in itself you have to add that either whether you are going for MAC kind of algorithm, or you are going for multiplier less DA based algorithm. So you have to find out some code based on MAC and DA from internet. Maybe you can find out, or if you are working in MATLAB, you can generate it from MATLAB also. By looking at that, you can say code, write down your code in comparison to that one, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Any other question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Then we move to next center. JECRC is there? Government Polytechnic Hisar. Yes, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I wanted to ask if there is any scope of cryptographic algorithms to be applied on the design of a system.
Which algorithm?
Cryptographic algorithms.
Cryptography.
Yeah.
Cryptography. Okay. You are working in the area of
network security.
Network security. And what is your exact question? If
Whether cryptographic functions can be applied to the design of a system to make its design more secure.
Yes. Actually, if you are working in cryptography, you may be well aware of AES, DES, basically those are encryption. And our students are working on these AES, and they are trying to make it more secure. Plus, they have already implemented it on hardware platform on FPGAs, right? So that your cryptography can also be ported to hardware platform like FPGAs. Whatever security you want to add in crypto, basically you need some key.
Yeah. We need a yes.
Yes. So that part is basically up to software level. Whatever that key is required, now we will move to hardware, and it can be easily implemented on FPGA and in your ISE environment also. If you will go for automatic generation in ISE environment, there is option of this encryption and description. You can generate your code from there. Try to explore ISE if you are in networking field, right?
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move to next center, JECRC University from Rajasthan, School of Engineering.
Yes, JECRC. Any query from your side?
I want to ask this thing, what is the difference between the basically NS2 and NS3 simulations?
NS2 and NS3.
Yeah.
Actually, these are basically related with network. I'm not from network side. Our previous participant, she was also asking about networking, but that was done by one of the students, so that is why I answered that one. Actually, I have not worked on NS2 and NS3. My area is DSP, VLSI design, and embedded system design. Computer networks is not my area. So sorry for that. Any other query?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll move to next center. Is it okay then? Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh Mehra. On behalf of participants and Department of Electrical Engineering, I extend gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Mehra, who has given us a very good overview as well as the very valuable information with regard to various tools for electronic design automation, like for capturing the data, for simulation, and for synthesis. So he has given very good examples also, and I'm really grateful to him, and I hope that we will have more future interactions with him in the coming courses.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
much.
very much.
Lunch. So we will meet after an hour, that is 2:15 for the next session.
ये चाहिए आपको इसकी पीपीटी?
इसकी एक फोटोकॉपी चाहिए मेरे को ना। प्लेट फीस कितनी लगी? नहीं लगी। 25,000। क्या हुआ इसका एग्जाम रिजल्ट का? मेन में नहीं है? कितना बना? अच्छा। अरे रिजल्ट कल आया ना? अच्छा। आपको स्ट्रोक रिप्लाई मिला? वही तो सब बातें लगती हैं
ସେଥିରେ ବି ଡେରି କଲା ବୋଧେ
lunch break.
ମନ ଇଚ୍ଛା ମାନେ ମନ ଇଚ୍ଛା ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଟାଇମିଂ ରଖୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଫାଷ୍ଟ 11:15 ଟି ବ୍ରେକ୍ କରିବା କଥା ନା
ଆମେ ଗୀତ ଶୁଣିବା
ଟିକେ ଦେଇଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ହଉଛି
ଏସି ଭିତରେ ଡର ଲାଗିବାରୁ ଟିକେ ଥଣ୍ଡା ଅଛି ସେତେବେଳୁ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ସଟର ଦେଇକି
ସାର୍ ଆପଣ ସେ ପାଣି ପିଉଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ପାଣି ଦେଉଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ
କଣ କହିଲେ
ଦୁଇ ଆସ୍ପାଡ ପାଣି ପିଉଛନ୍ତି
ଏଇଟା ସେଠୁ ଆଣିଥିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ପିଲା ସେଠୁ ଆଣିଥିଲା
ଆର୍ମି ନୁହଁ ଆର୍ମି ଆସ୍ପାଡ ପାଣି ପିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆର୍ମି ଆସ୍ପାଡ ପାଣି ପିଅନ୍ତୁ
सेंटेंस ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਮੈਚ ਕਈ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਾ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ
Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we are going to have a talk on intellectual property rights by Engineer Amardev Singh. He is working as assistant professor in our institute in the Department of Entrepreneurship Development and Industrial Coordination. He is basically an electronics engineer. He has done his MBA in IT networking from Harvard University. He has around 8 years of experience in teaching and research. He has previously worked in Mahatma Gandhi State Institute of Public Administration of Punjab also, and he is very active in doing the social work. So I request him to kindly highlight the major aspects related to intellectual property rights, like patent as well as copyright, etc.
Thank you. Okay. Very good afternoon, all. First of all, on behalf of NIEEE Chandigarh, I welcome participants at all the nodal centers to this session on intellectual property right that is being held on the afternoon of, I feel so, if I'm not wrong, 28th April 2016. So I would just like to, before we proceed, I would like to know whether the centers are with us or not. First of all, I come to Government Polytechnic Hisar. Are you with us? GP Hisar, are you with us? Are you getting my voice? Government Polytechnic Hisar. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Okay, then we come to Government Polytechnic Kala Dungi, Uttarakhand. They are not with us. Okay, then we come to Rajasthan Institute of Engineering and Technology, Sitapur. Okay, you are getting my voice? ओके आई वुड मैं चाहूँगा कि मैंने ना इंटरेक्ट भी करा तो हो पाएगा जो क्वेश्चंस कुछ लगे टू वे व्हिच इज द मोस्ट एक्टिव सेंटर ओके आई विश कि टू वे होवे ना फिर मजा बनना ओके देन आई कम टू Dronacharya and another is you say which one CV Raman. Okay. Then we come to Rajasthan Institute. They are with us. Now we come to JECRC University, Sitapur, Jaipur. JECRC University. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I feel so we will be interacting in a dual mode, two-way mode. Hai na? Then I come to duplex mode, I would say. Okay. Engineering College, JCDM Sirsa. Engineering College. Okay, then we come to Madhav University, Sirohi. Okay, then we come to Dronacharya Group of Institutions. Are you with us, Dronacharya Group of Institutions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. You are with us?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to ask one thing more. Have you attended intellectual property session earlier also? IPR session earlier also?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I wish to know the profile also. Okay. I just had a direction from the course coordinator Poonam Sial ma'am that you all the centers are requested to request the participants at their nodal center to be present, so that in all the sessions regularly, so that if some exception is there, some urgent work is there, he may be she may be going, but not all. In this, we are seeing that very few participants are attending the course. So we request that they should be in time. And all should be present, as per ma'am, and me also. That's it. Now we come to Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. Okay, Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. Okay, I feel so. In my session, most active participants would be Dronacharya, JECRC, and GP Hisar, as I have seen some people over there, and Rajasthan Institute of Engineering Technology, Sitapur also. Okay, now we start with our theme, that is intellectual property rights. First, the main thrust of this session is to create awareness about intellectual property, legal rights associated with intellectual property, and allied aspects. Before we start with the session, I would like to request the participant at any of the nodal center to make out what intellectual property is. Pen. Yes. Okay. Any participant? Any participant from GP Hisar who would like to share what intellectual property is? GP Hisar, Government Polytechnic Hisar. What intellectual property is? Okay, now JECRC University. Any idea what intellectual property is? What do you think about intellectual property? We are not getting your voice, ma'am. Can somebody turn on the? Sure. Now we are getting it.
It is a matter of like intellectual property is the intangible property that deals with intellectual rights of one's.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dronacharya Group of Institutions. Can you share with us what is your understanding of intellectual property?
Having a sole authority and ownership of a product that you have developed.
Okay, product. Okay, is one aspect, we got it. Okay, anybody else from that center? Okay, thank you. When we say, coming to the formal definition, intellectual property, when we say it is a combination of two words, intellectual property or intellectual property rights term is a combination of certain words. First word is the intellect, it refers to the power of the mind, and second word is the property. It refers generally to something that can be traded, that is bought or sold, that is which has a commercial value. So when we combine these two terms, two words, it becomes intellectual property, which refers to the ideas and creations of the mind having commercial value. So whenever we say a person is intellectual, we mean by it that he is creative, he does things in a new way, or he brings new things into the domain of his or her work, or his or her institution's works. So he will be termed as a creative person, but it will not qualify to be an intellectual property unless that creativity has a commercial value, that should have a potential to be traded in the market for exchange, maybe exchange of money, or maybe for exchange of other products and services from other institution, or maybe a country. So anything clears to be a part of intellectual property only and only if it has a commercial value. So it refers to the ideas and creation of the mind having commercial value. When we add the term rights to it, it becomes the intellectual property rights. It refers to the legal rights associated with intellectual property. Can anybody from any of the centers share why do we need rights, apart from in general sense also, apart from intellectual property rights? Why do we need rights? Any participant from any nodal center? What are rights and why do we need rights? First of all, I would like to know, have we been granted by any rights? I feel so. By Constitution of India, our country, we have been entrusted with certain rights and duties. Why do we need rights and why they have been provisioned for us? Any center? GP Hisar?
Sir, to provide equal opportunity and to secure the life, or you can say to secure the.
That's it. That's it. Equal opportunity.
Yeah, equal opportunities.
That's it. Okay. Any other center? Dronacharya College. Would you like to elaborate upon why do we need rights? Dronacharya group of colleges, group of institutions. Then JECRC University. JECRC University. Why do we need rights? Okay. Let us start with the situation. Rights हमें इसलिए दिए जाते हैं so that each one of us knows our हमारे हक क्या हैं and what are our duties, हमारी responsibilities क्या हैं towards the society, towards the institution, or towards as a citizen of the as a member of the family. So rights इसीलिए हमें दिए जाते हैं ताकि हमें हर person को अपना अपना दायरा clear हो कि उसके क्या क्या हक हैं, and so that if I am a citizen of India and you are also a citizen of India, so I should not do a act which जो कि आपके राइट को एक्सप्लॉइट कर रहा है, आपके दायरे पर्सनल जो राइट टू एजुकेशन की बात करें, राइट टू प्राइवेसी की बात करें, राइट टू फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन की बात करें, तो अगर मैं उस दायरे से बाहर जाऊंगा तो दो राइट्स हैं कि जो कि आप मेरे को बता सकते हैं कि वो आपके हक हैं. इट मींस कि राइट्स की हमें इसलिए जरूरत है कि हम कन्फ्लिक्ट्स जो है कम से कम हो, कि हमें एक whenever there is a say there is a condition of a fight or a abnormal condition in a state or a society, then there are two things to it. One is your preventive measure, one is your precautionary measures, corrective measures. Corrective measures are the measures that are taken after the thing has happened to correct that aftermaths of that. For example, there may be some disaster in some area, so we take the corrective measures. But the preventive measures are the measures taken before the occurrence of the event, so that the likely occurrence of that event is reduced, or in case it occurs, how we can minimize its impact. So when we say rights, it is a system by the government or by any state or by any society, so that it is a kind of preventive measure, so that हम एक दूसरे के हकों को जाने, पहचाने और एक दूसरे के दायरे में कम से कम हम उसमें infringement करें. So why I have referred to this definition of rights over here, because it is completely valid in context of intellectual property rights. Let us consider let us start this theme of intellectual property rights with a typical classroom situation that I have faced several times in my life while I was teaching at DAV Institute of Engineering Technology Jalandhar or NIT Jalandhar, or say some other GNDU regional campus as a part-time lecturer. So I faced several times these kind of situations, and I am pretty much sure that you too, as teachers, as students, have passed through those situations in your past life. So let us consider an example where a teacher gives an assignment on a topic to 10 students in a group. Say there are 50 students in a class, 10 students each, you have made 5 groups, and to each group you have given a particular theme to work upon. Now suppose that generally happens most of the times. All the students in a group comes with the same set of work on the same theme. उन्होंने सभी ने एक जैसा assignment submit किया टीचर को, और say I am the teacher, और सभी का एक दूसरे से copied है. तो what happens, अगर तो मैं उसको accept कर लेता हूँ as a teacher, I assign the marks maybe equally or maybe based on their impression. So what will happen? There will be no conflict. Everything is goody goody. students are fine, teacher is good, his performance progress or feedback forms are good, everything is okay. But the moment if suppose I say I will assign 0 marks to all the students in a group whose work is similar, कि अगर मैं कहता हूं कि जिनका के काम सिमिलर है मैं उनको 0 मार्क्स दूंगा, what happens, what will happen in this case, क्या होगा? Anybody, any teacher who would like to share his experiences? What happens if you must have faced such a condition where students submit to you a similar assignment and you accept it, there is no problem. But the moment you didn't accept it, you turn down it, what happens? Can anybody share? What happens in a classroom situation? Any participant from GP Hisar? Okay. Whenever we say, ma'am, we have to call that Deepika so that she can sit down. Okay. Let us, whenever such kind of situation happens in a classroom, generally what happens, based on my experiences, first the students will come to you in groups, 2 or 3 persons in a group. They will say, sir, सर आप इसको एक्सेप्ट कर लो, बाकी टीचर्स भी उन्होंने भी एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है, यू असाइन अस द मार्क्स, हम आपके पास एक बार ही आए हैं, एक सब्जेक्ट के लिए आए हैं और मे बी हमें आगे से फ्यूचर में हमने कौन सा आपके पास लॉन्ग टर्म पे रहना है. दे विल ट्राई टू कन्विंस द टीचर, बट इवन स्टिल if the teacher is not convinced, I as a teacher say no, I am going to assign you 0 marks, then what will happen? Anybody from GP Hisar who would like to share? From GP Hisar. Okay, they have the autonomy. Okay, thank you. From Dronacharya College, what will happen in that case? Suppose you turn down the assignment, you are adamant that I will assign 0 marks if your assignment will be similar. What the students do normally? Any teacher from over there? I wish to have interaction from your side, otherwise it is the evening session, I will also be feeling sleepy. So in my sessions I love to interact, and I hope you would interact. Okay, we come to JECRC. JECRC, University Jaipur. That's it. Okay, if you do not accept, ma'am, you do not accept the assignments of the student, you are adamant that if it is similar, I will assign you 0 marks.
If assignments are similar, then I will say it, then submit again because your assignment is similar, your assignment is copied.
That's it. Then what will be their reaction? First is I have explained that they are not ready. They will come to you in groups. They will say, ma'am, accept it. Other teachers have accepted it. Give us the marks.
Actually, sir, we will tell them that what is actually plagiarism. This is all about the copy.
That's it. Perfect. Second thing they will do, what normally they do, they will start coming to the teacher individually. They will come to the teacher. They will say, ma'am, sir, ये assignment तो मैंने बनाया था, बाकी लोगों ने copy कर लिया, उसने सुबह copy कर लिया, उसने शाम को copy कर लिया. They will try to convince you. अब उसमें divide and rule policy आ जाएगा. But still you are adamant. The teacher is adamant. He or she says, I am going to fail you in the internal marks, and based on that you have to appear for re-examination in your next semester for the internal for the particular subject. Then what will happen? अब थोड़ा सा conflict आना शुरू होगा. जो तो एक टॉपर होगा, इंटेलेक्चुअल पर्सन होगा, उसमें जो टॉपर होगा, ही विल, जो कि जिंदगी में कभी फेल ही नहीं हुआ, जिसने कभी 80% से कम मार्क्स ही नहीं लिए, वो टीचर से ऑफेंड हो जाएगा. ये टीचर ऐसा कैसा कर सकता है? वो फटाफट हायर अथॉरिटीज के पास जाएगा और कहेगा कि अमरदेव सर इज नॉट टीचिंग गुड इन द क्लास, इज डूइंग दिस एंड दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. अनदर पर्सन हु इज लोअर ऑन द बेंच, उसको कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, टीचर जो मर्जी करे, उसको वो अपने पॉकेट मनी से पैसा निकालेगा, रीपेयर का फॉर्म भरेगा और दोबारा पेयर हो जाएगा. देयर मे बी अ थर्ड ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, जो कि मैक्सिमम 60 to 70% आर स्टूडेंट इन दैट ग्रुप, दैट इज जो मिडिल लेवल है, कि जो वो देखते हैं कि ये हायर वाले क्या कर रहे हैं या लोअर वाले भी क्या कर रहे हैं. वो इस सिस्टम से डीमोटिवेट होते जाते हैं, एंड आउट ऑफ डीमोटिवेशन दे गेट डिसइंटरेस्टेड इनटू द सब्जेक्ट एंड द क्लास एंड द टीचर आल्सो. सो यहाँ तक भी सिचुएशन ठीक है कि अगर आप टीचर मे बी स्टूडेंट मान जाते हैं, उसको असाइनमेंट को नया सबमिट कर देते हैं, आई असाइन द मार्क्स, इट इज एग्रीएबल. बट इवन देन अब let us consider another case. Students ने individually group of student was very much hard working. उन्होंने assignments individually करके आपको submit किया, आपने उनको marks दे दिए. अब what happens? अब another role लेते हैं, teacher का role लेते हैं. Teacher क्या कर सकता है? Maybe student एक after 6 months he goes to the market to buy a product एंड वो देखता है कि ये प्रोडक्ट या सर्विस जो भी मार्केट में ऑफर हो रही है वो उसके आइडिया से है, कि वो उसने अमरदेव सर को आज से 6 महीने पहले एक प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट किया था और उस प्रोजेक्ट में उसने उसको अमरदेव सर को प्रेजेंट किया था. अब वो फटाफट मार्केट में सप्लायर से पूछता है, शॉपकीपर से पूछता है आपको कहाँ से मिला है, उसने बताया ये डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर हमें देता है. वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास जाता है कि आपको ये प्रोडक्ट कहाँ से बन के आता है, वो बताता है ये कंपनी बना रही है. वो फिर भी इंक्विजिटिव है जानने के लिए कि ये तो मेरा आइडिया था, ये मार्केट में कैसे आया. वो कंपनी के पास पहुंच जाता है और कंपनी से इंक्वायर करता है कि ये आइडिया आपके पास कैसे आया, ये प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस कहाँ से आपने बनाया, डिजाइन किया. तो वो कंपनी वाला अगर बताता है कि ये तो अमरदेव सिंह NITTR के प्रोफेसर हैं, ये उनका आइडिया है, उनका पेटेंट या कॉपीराइट है या ट्रेडमार्क है, हमने उनसे लाइसेंसिंग के अंदर हमने राइट्स लिए हुए हैं एंड वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग इट एंड सेलिंग इट, देन व्हाट विल हैपन? In this case, there will be a two kind of situation. एक वो person may be एक ऐसा person है उस चीज को सुन के इग्नोर करेगा. He may make a impression that all the system is such, all the education system is such. हमारे टीचर्स ही ऐसे हैं, आइडिया मेरा था, अमरदेव सर ने प्रोटेक्ट कर लिया. और anotherly, in another situation, he may come to me and he may fight verbally with me. He may say that sir, this is not fine. This was the idea from my project. I submitted to you in my project on this and this date or in this month, and how can you do this to me? He may be offended. अमरदेव क्या कर रहा है, उसको आगे से दिखाता है कि ठीक है तूने असाइनमेंट सबमिट किया था, but I have a patent for it because these are rights are the first to file rights. जो सबसे पहले फाइल करता है उसको प्रोटेक्शन मिलती है. So वो क्या होगा? Again he may get demotivated, या तो डिमोटिवेट होकर वापस चला जाएगा, और ही मे हैव अ ग्रज इन हिज माइंड, उसके मन में गुस्सा होगा और गुस्से को देखेगा कि अमरदेव सर कोई नहीं 5:30 निकलते हैं ऑफिस से, 6 बजे निकलते हैं, 8 बजे निकलते हैं, 10 बजे निकलते हैं, इस टाइम पे निकलते हैं, ये बाइक पे जाते हैं, गाड़ी पे जाते हैं, कोई नहीं इसको रोड पे देख लेंगे. सो इट मे टर्न इनटू अ अगली कंडीशन ऑल्सो. एक आपकी फिजिकल फाइट से लेके, मेंटल फाइट से लेके, नॉर्मल वर्बल फाइट से लेके वो एक फिजिकल क्राइम तक वो चीज आपकी जा सकती है. एंड दिस विल बी अ बैड सिचुएशन in the society or in the organization or in the family life or in the personal life of a student or a teacher or a organization, any organization or owner of any organization. So to avoid such kind of conflicts, we have rights, and these rights are relevant to intellectual property. So that's why we have intellectual property rights in place. So here the first need for IP and IPRs is set, that is to provide recognition and reward for the original effort. It is not only recognition कि some teacher or some student invented it, कि उसको आपने पेटेंट में उनका नाम डाल दिया, इन्वेंटर में नाम डाल दिया, तो इट मीन्स जहाँ आपने एक लेटर हेड पे उसको सर्टिफिकेट इशू कर दिया कि he has done a great work, that is there. It is, ये तो मोरल है, मोरली है कि ये तो चाहिए. But reward means that inventor, he may be a teacher or a student, he should get the financial benefits also out of it. If the organization or a individual firm puts that product or service into market, तो उसका जो जहाँ इंडिविजुअल ट्रेड करता है इसको, तो उसका भी जो मॉनेटरी बेनिफिट है वो भी ओरिजिनल इन्वेंटर को जाना चाहिए. सो फर्स्ट objective of need for of IP and IPRs is to provide recognition and reward for the original effort, and second is to provide for protection of original effort and preventing its misuse through legal mechanism. तो हमें इसकी मिसयूज को भी रोकना है. फॉर एग्जांपल कि एक जब इन्वेंटर है तो उसकी पेटेंट एप्लीकेशन इस वे में ड्राफ्ट होनी चाहिए कि जिसपे कि मैक्सिमम एरियाज या मैक्सिमम प्रोटेक्शन उसको मिले. तो जब हम बात करते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल हम एक टिपिकल एक्सट्रीम एग्जांपल लेते हैं, टू डिजाइन एक्सप्लोजिव्स. अगर एक्सप्लोजिव्स या उस तरीके के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कंडक्ट करना, उसकी नॉलेज एक नॉर्मल एक साइंटिस्ट को भी हो सकती है. दैट साइंटिस्ट मे बी अ एम्प्लॉय ऑफ DRDO or he may be working with Indian Army in a research wing, or he may that knowledge may be available with the researcher in a university also. It may be available with a employee working in border roads organization, or it may be available with a person who may be using it for killing the people or for committing the crimes in the society. Just we have terrorism attacks and those kind of situation. So this is the extreme example. So the domain of IP and IPRs is also to legally prevent the misuse of your inventions, so that it is not used in a wrong situation, to create an environment towards that. Still, it is normally not feasible to control all the things, but still it fosters foresee to cover those kind of things. So when we talk of property, so we have associated the term property with intellectual property. There may be two types of property. Now at this point we may classify it into physical or conventional property, or second is intellectual property. So when we say there are essential features that characterizes a property, so first we will discuss the points where intellectual property and conventional or physical property are similar to each other. First one is monetary or commercial value. As we have discussed, a thing or creative idea will classify to be a property only and only if it has a monetary or commercial value. So whether it is an intellectual property, it has a monetary or commercial value. Whether it is a physical property like your piece of land, like your vehicle, it has a your commercial value. Then documentation, if we have to go for registration of a vehicle, of our car, or of our Activa or our motorcycle, it is that it is mandatory that we have to file certain documentation with the government. Or in case of land, we have to go to get the registration deed of the land done. In the same case, for getting a patent, copyright, or trademark, or geographical indications, we have certain departments where we have to fill up certain application forms and submit those application forms. Then there is next point is government issuing agency that is legally authorized. In case of say if I have to purchase a car, there is a government DTO, district transport authority or officer, that certifies me in case of issuing me a driving license. If we have to get our passport, there is certain government agency involved. Somebody here may question me, sir, if we purchase a laptop or any household physical car or any other thing, how government is exercising its control? My answer would be government is exercising its control through sales tax number, TIN numbers, and other such regulatory mechanism through which it is exercising control in that case. For example, we buy a laptop from a dealer, from a shop. That shop is submitting certain tax having TIN numbers. In case of services, service tax number. So the government is exercising a control, maybe indirectly, in those businesses also. Property description is there. For example, if I have a RC of my vehicle, so the make of the vehicle, color of the vehicle, two-wheeler have, four-wheeler have, what is the seating capacity, what is the chassis number, what is the date of manufacturing, all these kind of details may be there on it. In the same case, in case of intellectual property, if you have a patent, copyright, your description of the property is mentioned, your patent, what it covers in your application, it protects in your name, it is there. So ownership of the property, ownership of the property is also equally important. In case of physical property, also ownership is important. In case of intellectual property, also it is important. Can anybody share why it is important? Why ownership of property in case of physical property it is important, and intellectual property it is also important? Why ownership is important? Can anybody from any center share? Why? From GP Hisar, why ownership is important? GP Hisar? Okay, JECRC, Why, Jaipur? Why ownership is important?
To relish the fruits at the fullest extent.
Okay, why proof is important?
Yeah.
Why proof is important?
No, once if you create anything, then you think that you owe that property. That means you want to relish that property. In terms of fruit or any kind of thing, that means intangible property can be come in the form of money. It will only come after when you have the ownership of that particular thing.
That's it. Perfect. Any other center? Any other center? My call to any center to volunteer. If he or she, any participant from any other center wish to elaborate why ownership is important. Okay. Then I take the opportunity to elaborate. Ownership is important. For example, I have here a camera that may be costing around 1,30,000, and that may be अगर maybe more than 1 lakh. Projector may be costing more than 50,000. अब मैं इसको बैग में डाल के शाम को अपने घर ले जाता हूँ. And I go to the market and I wish to, or I go to a student or another teacher of mine, colleague of mine. I wish to say, I say to them, buy this camera, or buy this projector, or buy this laptop for say, pay me only 20,000 rupees. So would you buy? My question to any center, to JE CRC, would you buy if I sell a camera in this room for 20,000 rupees? JECRC? I have a camera available with me. I wish to sell it for 20,000 rupees. Would you like to buy it?
No.
Why not?
Because we will go for the particular specifications and the brands and all.
That's it. One thing is that it maybe you may have to go for a particular specification. But another thing is that you need ownership because for to make it tradable, it may be a case of theft. Maybe मैंने यहाँ से इस कैमरा को निकाला और मे बी इंस्टीट्यूट ने FIR लॉन्च किया हुआ है कि हमारा एक कैमरा चोरी हो चुका है इस लैब में से, और कल को आप कैमरा ऑपरेट करते हैं, आप बहुत अच्छा सा वीडियोस वगैरह बना रहे हैं पब्लिक प्लेस पे और पुलिस आपको वहां पे कवर करती है and it says that it is a stolen camera. Means you would not, any buyer would not like to indulge into any negativity on these kind of situations. So ownership is important. I would take another example. For example, there is colleague of there is another example I would take is when I was getting my studying in my MBA degree from Thapa University, during the final year of studies over there, BTech persons used to sell off their cycles for nominal prices, say 1,200 rupees, 1,500 rupees. So the bhaiya, जिनके घर पे I used to stay as a on rent, उन भैया ने मेरे को कहा कि अमर, why don't you buy me a cycle? बहुत अच्छे से साइकिल्स बच्चे जो गेयर्स वाले होते हैं वो बच्चे बहुत कम पैसे में बेच देते हैं थापर में, हमें पता है. तो why don't you buy me a cycle? तो मैंने एक नोटिस रेडी करके डिफरेंट हॉस्टल्स में लगा दिया. एनीबॉडी हु विशेस टू सेल हिज और हर साइकिल मे कांटेक्ट सो एंड सो एट दिस नंबर. सो आई गॉट अ कॉल फ्रॉम वन ऑफ द person. He was from Rajasthan only, some city of Rajasthan. He called me and he said me, bhaiya, you wish to buy a cycle? I said yes brother, I wish to buy a cycle. We fixed the venue in wing. हम वहां पे गए, कॉमन प्लेस पे बैठे. मैंने उससे पूछा कि किस स्ट्रीम में पढ़ रहे हो, तो he shared his stream. Then after sharing his stream, he shared, I asked in which year you are. He says I'm into 3rd year of my course. I said still you have 1 year to go. Why are you selling this bicycle? He says I am selling this bicycle भैया because इससे ये मेरे लिए लकी नहीं है. तो मैंने पूछा क्यों लकी नहीं है, ऐसा क्या हो गया, बाइसाइकिल ने तुम्हारे साथ क्या कर दिया कि ये लकी नहीं है? तो ही सेड दैट कि ये सर भैया मैंने जब साइकिल खरीदा तो ये बाइसाइकिल चोरी हो गया. तो फिर कहते 2-3 महीने तक तो मिला ही नहीं. आफ्टर 2-3 months मैंने देखा कि वन ऑफ माय सीनियर इन अनदर हॉस्टल इज ड्राइविंग माय बाइसाइकिल. आई विजिटेड, आई स्टॉप दैट भैया एंड आई सेड टू हिम, भैया भैया ये बाइसाइकिल मेरा है. फर्स्ट थिंग ही डिड इज ही स्लैप्ड मी ऑन हिज फेस, ऑन माय फेस, एंड ही सेज व्हाट इज, वेयर योर नेम इज रिटन, कहाँ पे लिखा कि ये तेरा साइकिल है? Then he said I called my parents. My parents came. My parents talked to the event manager, caretaker of the university. Then some documentary evidence was given. Then it was established that that bicycle is mine, was purchased by my family for me. सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट बाइसाइकिल जो है मेरे को वापस मिला। अब इस सारी नरेशन को सुन के मेरे माइंड में एक डाउट क्रिएट हो गया कि अब मैं इससे बाइसाइकिल खरीद रहा हूं, कल को मैं उन भाई ब्रदर को दूंगा जिनके घर पे मैं रेंट पे रह रहा हूं, एंड थापर का एक पिछला गेट है फ्रॉम द बैक एंट्री एंड वन इज एट द फ्रंट डोर। तो नॉर्मली पासर बायस क्या करते हैं, शॉर्टकट लेने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी के रेयर गेट से जाके आगे से निकलते हैं। तो मेरे को लगा कि दिस सिचुएशन कैन अराइज समटाइम्स दैट the brother that my household owner may be passing through the campus and somebody may stop him and say this bicycle is of theft, give us the proof, where is the proof you bought it from the university student. So what I did in that case, I designed a deed and having with the words that I am so and so student of so and so year, son of so and so, selling this bicycle of this color, this make to on this date to अमरदेव सिंह फॉर दिस मच ऑफ रुपीज, एंड उनसे एक स्टैंप लगाई और साइन करवाए, और उसको मैंने ब्रदर को जहां पे जिनको मैंने दिया बाइसिकल हाउस होल्ड ओनर को जहां पे मैं रेंट पे स्टे कर रहा था, उन भैया को कहा कि आपने ये स्लिप को संभाल के रखना है। बट दिस वाज अ केस ऑफ स्मॉल बाइसिकल परचेज ऑफ मे बी ऑफ 1500 rupees or 2000 rupees. But what happens if it is a case of say a product or service of 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs? Now I move to the higher level in my example. There was a marriage of some family member, some daughter of our colleagues, one of our colleagues. So एक और colleague का बेटा है, उन्होंने मेरे को कहा कि भैया आप बाइक पे आओगे मैरिज अटेंड करने, why don't you come, I will bring my car and you come with your wife on my car. मैंने कहा no, I will come on my bike. He says no, I will bring my car. He brought his car. He went to his home to bring his car. At 5:10 he left the office. At 5:40 he called me back. He said, brother, there is a bad news. I said, what happened? He said, my car has been stolen in front of my mom. क्योंकि किसी ने मल्टीपल चाबियां लगाई और उसको ले गया। I said, कोई बात नहीं, अगर if it is of your हक की है तो तेरे को मिल जाएगी। कहता है ब्रदर किस्मत हर वक्त साथ नहीं देती, पहले मेरा बाइक भी चोरी हुआ था, वो मेरे को वापस मिल गया था, बट इट डजंट मीन कार विल आल्सो कम बैक। बट आफ्टर 3 or 4 months after, he was conducting some program in Punjab, some Firozpur or Moga region of Punjab. He called me back. He said, भैया I got my car back. I said कि मैंने कहा था ना अगर तेरे हक का होगा तो तेरे को वापस मिल जाएगा। He said, हाँ भैया मिल तो गया, बट ऐसे नहीं मिला जैसे आप सोच रहे हो। मैंने कहा, how you got it? He said कि पुलिस मेरे घर में आई और मेरे मदर को पूछा कि घर में कौन कौन है। उन्होंने बताया कि इनके फादर हैं और हमारा एक बेटा है। तो उन्होंने बताया कि बेटा आपके पास गाड़ी है? उन्होंने बताया हाँ, आपकी गाड़ी का ये नंबर था और आपका बेटा जो हिट एंड रन केस में भाग के आया है। मीन्स हाउ दे वर एबल टू एस्टेब्लिश दैट ही वाज नॉट इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दैट। उस कार के एक नंबर प्लेट जो था बाइक का था, एक नंबर प्लेट था कार का था। तो फ्रॉम दैट रजिस्ट्रेशन द पुलिस केम टू हिज होम टू इंक्वायर कि हिट एंड रन में आपका बेटा भागा है। वहां पे ओनरशिप का कंसेप्ट इंपॉर्टेंट आया। कैसे कि ओनरशिप थी और उसके बाद उसने एफआईआर लॉन्च किया था, और एफआईआर शुरू में उसको 24 आवर्स लॉन्च नहीं किया था, उसके बाद पुलिस ने लॉन्च किया था। बट दैट इज देयर कम्स द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ ओनरशिप एंड द एफआईआर कि एफआईआर लॉन्च किया था, देन ओनली ही वाज एबल टू एस्टैब्लिश दैट कि ये हमारी चोरी हो चुकी है, कि जिस पर्सन ने अभी क्राइम किया है, जो जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, वो कोई और पर्सन है। तो यहाँ पे मैं इस एग्जांपल को ओनरशिप के कंटेक्स्ट में लिया है। ये आगे एक और पॉइंट में काम आएगा, उसको हम आगे लेंगे। देन वी कम टू द टाइम ड्यूरेशन ऑफ ओनरशिप। व्हेन वी से फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टी, हमारा अगर गाड़ी है तो उसका भी रजिस्ट्रेशन मे बी 10 ईयर 15 ईयर्स वैलिड रहता है। उसके बाद आपको उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन इनवैलिड हो जाता है। इन द सेम केस हमारा ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस है, मे बी आफ्टर सर्टेन ड्यूरेशन 10 years or 12 years or 14 years or 15 years, after that duration you have to renew it. In the same case we have to renew our passport also. So in the same case these intellectual property rights are bounded by, limited by time durations. They have certain time duration associated with them. We will talk about it in the future, near future. Then fee. In the same case, when we have to register our vehicle, we have to register for our RC or a license. We have to pay a certain amount of fee. In the same case, in case we have to file for a patent, copyright, or any other form of intellectual property, we have to submit a certain fee associated with it, with a particular mechanism of IP, intellectual property mechanism, that we wish to get our protection. Now, there are certain parameters on which the intellectual property and conventional property are different from each other. So there are 4 parameters on which these differ from each other. First one is types. In case of intellectual property, we have 8 well-defined forms of IP. अगर मैं इस रूम में, मेरे यहाँ पे स्टूडियो में, क्लासरूम में यहाँ पे पड़ी चीजों को मैं देखूं, तो मैं इनको 8, अगर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी आई लेंस से या अपने ग्लासेस से देखूंगा, तो मैं इसको 8 कैटेगरीज में क्लासिफाई करूंगा. मेरे पास ये प्रोजेक्टर है. प्रोजेक्टर को अगर मैं देखूंगा तो इसमें क्या क्या चीजें हैं उसको मैं देखूंगा. कॉपीराइट क्या क्या चीजें हैं इसमें, पेटेंटेड क्या क्या है इसमें, ट्रेडमार्क क्या क्या है. तो मैं इनको 8 कैटेगरीज में क्लासिफाई कर सकता हूँ. बट अगर मैं इसको फिजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखूं, फिजिकल आई लेंस से, फिजिकल ग्लास से देखूं, तो मेरे को मोर देन 8 हो सकती है. इस रूम में कर्टेन्स है, उसका मटेरियल कुछ और है, कलर कुछ और है. मैंने कपड़े पहने हुए हैं, इसका डिजाइन कुछ और है, कलर कुछ और है. अगर मैंने चेयर पे बैठा हूं, इसमें वुड भी है, इसमें आपका टेक्सटाइल भी है. अगर मैं अनदर चेयर देखूं, उसमें प्लास्टिक है. अगर मैं बोर्ड देखूं, मेरे पास मार्कर है, व्हाइट बोर्ड हो सकता है, प्रोजेक्टर है, फैन है. तो मोर देन 8 क्लासिफिकेशन होंगी. बट अगर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखेंगे किसी भी प्रॉपर्टी को, तो हम उसको 8 कैटेगरीज में क्लासिफाई करते हैं. सेकेंड थिंग इज वैल्यूएशन. In context of India, हम Indian system की बात कर रहे हैं. Second, valuation. In case of intellectual property, it is not easy, but in case of physical or conventional property, it is comparatively easy. Can anybody help me in illustrating in the class why valuation in context of intellectual property is not easy and why in case of physical property it is easy? This is a very easy question. I would like to come to Government Polytechnic Hisar. Can you exemplify from a day-to-day life why evaluation of intellectual property is not easy and why the evaluation of physical property is easy? GP Hisar. Government Polytechnic Hisar, why it is easy? Evaluation of intellectual property is not easy and physical property is easy. Would you like to share? I feel so it is hanged. Now we move to CV Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Why valuation of intellectual property is easy and physical property is easy and intellectual property is not easy?
Yes, sir. In case of physical property, the valuation is very fixed. Suppose I have a car, it is meant 4 lakh or 3 lakh rupees. But in case of IP, suppose I have the patent, I have got a mosquito racket, so the value cannot easily find because that depends on number of sales in the market. So
okay. Okay. Let us exemplify, sir. I would like to have you here, sir. Please be there. Please be there. I would like to have an exercise over here. For example, you and your colleague has designed a plier, simple plier, and that plier. Sir, what is your stream background? BTech. Your education background?
It's electrical.
Electrical. Okay. Let us. I may have the mechanical perspective and combined with electrical. Okay, you have designed a plier, and that plier can be used in a say automobile or repairing and maintenance of automobiles, and it can be used in a say operation theater also. Say, you have come up with that idea, and you have filed a patent for it, and you have got the patent, and I am the company, and either you approached me or I come across from some sources that somebody from some inventor from CV Raman Institution, CV Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar has invented a plier that is very innovative, and I wish to bring it into the market, and I wish to buy your invention. I wish to say that how much money would you like to have? How much money would you like to have for your invention? I wish to have the rights for producing it.
Okay, that depends. How depends? I have to analyze how long my product will be in the market and what is the volume of sale.
That's it.
So
So we are.
and naturally, I cannot ask a very astonishing money of 10 crores, but I should ask a reasonable money based on my pretext.
Say. That's why we are conducting this exercise. You ask 10 crores. Okay. We come to a point. Let us. This is a decisive. This is a meeting we have to decide, and this is an opportunity for you also, because as an entrepreneur, you have the idea, you have got the patent, but you do not have the money. You do not have the manufacturing capability, but I have. And today is the day. I am with you, and I say I wish to market your product. I wish to have your patent. You tell me what money you would like to have. Conduct all your analysis. You have your time.
Yeah, for that sake, suppose I ask for 10 lakhs, then I will may say, okay, 5 lakhs will go for developing the manufacturing facilities, and 5 lakhs you give me in advance.
Advance. Okay. It means you will go for advance money. Okay. Any other mode? Would you like to collaborate, or would you like to follow?
And again, there will be some proportional volume of sale.
Okay. For certain volume of sales. Perfectly. Normally it happens that we go by a certain one-time investment and certain percentage. Now I will discuss positive and negative of both the modes. First, let us consider we have chosen one-time mode. For example, sir says to me, say sir Amardev sir, or say the company, as a company, you give me 5 lakh rupees. I give the 5 lakh rupees to him, and but in the market after 1 year he founds that the product is being selling like hotcakes, and it is being sold for maybe 20 crore rupees in different countries. Now sir will feel that यार had it been मैं उनसे परसेंटेज मांगा होता, जब पैसा ज्यादा मांगा होता तो वो अच्छा रहता, मे बी 10-20 लाख मांगता, 30 लाख मांगता, 1 crore मांगता, then also this company would have paid. So it means it has to be a percentage. But if suppose some person choose only by percentage, maybe percentage से choose करता है, तो सर ने अगर मान लो मेरे से अकेला percentage मांगा है, तो मैं percentage इनको दे देता हूँ. What will happen? There may be a chance another colleague of sir, inventor, जो कि उनके साथ ही उनके एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में काम कर रहा था, जो R&D लैब में कर रहा था, वो एक ऐसा प्लायर बनाता है जो कि ऑटोमोबाइल, मेडिकल ऑपरेशन थिएटर में भी और किचन में भी यूज हो सकता है. And he comes to me, or I go to him, or this kind of invention may be from some other state, some other institution. So he may come to me, or I may come to go to that person, and I may find more value, more profit for my company, and I will choose that product for my company. So then in that case sir would have thought that कि मैं one time पैसा मांग लेता, वही अच्छा रहता कि percentage में तो कुछ मिला नहीं और company तो अब उसका बना रही है. So it means it has to be both. It has to be one time amount, rightly remarked, and percentage also, but not percentage of sales. It has to be percentage per unit produced. Mute करोगे? It has not to be. फिर मैं दोबारा कर लूँगा. Okay, सभी को इको तो नहीं होगा? Okay. When I say it should not be percentage of sales, it has to be percentage per unit produced, because as all of us are aware of business practices in our country, most of the people play with our balance sheets, and we have a good chartered accountant, and we show that we are incurring losses, and or we are incurring less, we are able to generate less sales. तो हम लेस सेल्स को शो करके और इन्वेंटर को वो राइट बेनिफिट जाता नहीं. बट इफ वी वुड हैव पर यूनिट ऑफ प्रोड्यूस्ड, इट मींस अगर पर यूनिट प्रोड्यूस को एक एंटरप्रेन्योर, एक कंपनी कम शो करेगा, इट मींस उसके लिए उसको सोर्सेज ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड वो बिजली कितना यूज हुआ, अदर रिसोर्सेज कितने यूज हुए, उस पे भी उसको कम दिखाना है. अगर मेरे को पता है कि मेरे पास रेजिन मैंने इतना केजीज मंगवाया है, तो इतने रेजिन में इतने मेरे प्री फॉर्म स्ट्रक्चर्स बन सकते हैं बॉटल के. इट मींस अगर मैं कम बॉटल्स शो करता हूँ कि कम बिकी, इट मींस कम बिकी, तो मैंने इतना रॉ मटेरियल क्यों पर किया. देयर आर मोर चांसेस कि वो उनकी नेगेटिविटी पकड़ी जाएगी, एंड देयर आर मोर चांसेस दैट इन्वेंटर विल गेट द हिज और हर ड्यू बेनिफिट. बट इन द सेम केस it is still not easy to determine what it would be the value. So for example, I was conducting a training program at Mirabai Institute of Technology in previous years in Delhi. So there I got one expert. He was running 12 to 13 businesses simultaneously. I said, sir, what according to you entrepreneurship is? He shares anything that gives me a return of 25,000 per month is a good business for me. So he says I have 12 businesses. So he was a trainer. He was a photographer, and he has his video lab. He was working as a tourist planning visits for the tourists. He was into a technical domain also. 12 13 kind of activities उन्होंने मेरे को गिनाई. एंड उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे को विजिटिंग कार्ड भी कहा कि सिंस यू आर अ टीचर आई विल गिव यू विजिटिंग कार्ड ऑफ अ टीचर. आई एम अ मेंटर. सो व्हाट ही शेयर्ड जो उनका आईटी एक शॉप था, उसका जो उन्होंने एक नेम रखा था वो एक फूड चेन को पसंद आया दिल्ली में, और उस फूड चेन ने कहा कि वी विश टू परचेज द नेम ऑफ योर शॉप. तो उन्होंने वो शॉप के लिए पैसा मांगा. तो ही सेड आई आस्क फॉर 2 लाख और 2 लाख 5,000 रुपीज 50,000 रुपीज 2 लाख के 2.5 लाख मैंने मांगा. बट ही शेयर्ड आफ्टर 2 years आई रियलाइज्ड कि मेरे को लगा कि मैंने 2.5 लाख बहुत कम मांगे, मैं 10 लाख भी मांगता तो वो शॉप वाले मेरे को देते. Still, having said all the things, still it is difficult to determine the valuation. But हमें वैल्यूएशन को एक अमाउंट को कोट करना भी जरूरी होता है इन टाइम बाउंड मैनर. क्यों कि एक साइंटिस्ट थे, इंटेलेक्चुअल ये साइंटिस्ट थे नाइपर के, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंसेज एंड एजुकेशन रिसर्च नाइपर के. तो उन साइंटिस्ट से मेरी इंटरेक्शन हुई तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने एक लैब डायलिसिस की मशीन बनाई और एक सम अदर कंट्री से जापान और अदर कंट्री से कोई बायर्स आए, कंपनी आए. दे विश टू बाय योर इन्वेंशन. उन्होंने पूछा व्हाट मनी वुड यू लाइक टू हैव. ही सेड कि हम कोट नहीं कर पाए. हमने कहा कि आप बताओ आप क्या देना चाहते हो. वो हमसे पूछते रहे आप क्या लेना चाहते हो. हम पूछते रहे आप क्या मनी देना चाहते हो. कहते इसी चक्कर में 1 month लेप्स, मोर देन 1 month लेप्स, टाइम निकलता गया और वो बिना इन्वेंशन खरीदे ही चले गए. And we were unable to put our invention into the market, transfer it to the market. So it is important also that you have to quote maybe less or more. You have to decide upon, and you have to, if you wish to bring it into the market, you have to work on those modalities. Now, in case of physical property, it is comparatively easy. I would like to illustrate in the class, taking an example of say Madhav University, Sirohi, Rajasthan. Anybody from Rajasthan? Madhav University, Sirohi, Rajasthan. Would you like to share why, in context of physical property, valuation is easy? How can you determine? Madhav University. Okay, Suresh Gyan Vihar University. Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. Okay, then I will build upon. I had a chance to visit in 2013 a place in Bilada or Tehsil Kapwada, if I am not wrong, Tehsil Bilada or Kapwada something. There Aravali Institute of Management is there. The owner of that institute conducted a convention in which he invited all the prestigious people from India, from advisor to Prime Minister India to NGOs to several other founder and chairman of National Innovation Foundation, a professor of IIM Ahmedabad, number of other people to show his campus. And in that campus, he showed that he got, whenever you set up a college in a state, first 2 years you can run the institution on a rented building. After 2 years, you have to have your own land for your setting up your own campus. He said he was adamant. He was a former employee of Tata. He was adamant on his moral values that I wish to buy the land in a white collar money. So he was not finding a right way to buy a white collar of money. One was asking for a under table money. So what he did, he chose a land outside the city in a village area. And when he chose the decision to buy, it was a barren piece of land, and everybody thought he shares that he is a foolish person that he is going to buy that land. But he decided to buy that land. When he negotiated with the owners, it was a patch of 100 acres of land. Can anybody give me a guess for 100 acres of land in 2007 or 2008, what money he would have paid for? Anybody from Rajasthan? Because you must be aware of the prices over there. What money would have he paid for? Any guess from JECRC, Sitapur? For 100 acres of land, in 2007-8, what could have been the price? Per acre, you give me a price for 100 acres.
Can you tell me the area? Actually, in Jaipur, there is a variation in the
It is Jodhpur Jaipur National Highway, 25 kilometers from Jodhpur towards Jaipur, Tehsil Bilada, Kapwada. Bilada and Kapwada.
10 to 20 lakhs.
20 lakhs for per acre or
For 100 acres.
per 100 acres. That's perfectly fine. He said that in 2007 or 8, he got a quote for 30 lakhs of rupees for 100 acres of land. He said, I said to the owner that I will pay the will make the payment through bank in a white collar mode. If you wish to increase the price, increase. And that owner increased the price to 40 lakh rupees. So he bought a piece of land of 100 acres for 40 lakhs rupees in 2007 or 8 in Rajasthan. And in Punjab, I have done my BTech from Lovely Professional University now. Earlier it was Lovely Institute of Technology and the Punjab Technical University. In 2007, there is a 13-kilometer area from Fagwada to Jalandhar in which 13 marriage palaces are there, and many universities, this Lovely Professional University is there. They have come up with a 600-acre campus over there. There in 2007-8, the rate of land per acre was 1.25 crore to 1.25 crore per acre. It means for 100 acres, it would have been more than 100 crores of rupees on the national highway. And if you go 3 or 5 kilometers inside, it was 70 to 80 lakhs rupees per acre, 1 kilometer. And if you go further inside, you will have 25 to 30 lakh per acre. But in case you can compare, now you can compare the diversity. In case of Rajasthan, it was 40 lakh rupees per 100 acres. In Punjab, in 2007-8, it was 1.1 to 1 crore rupees per acre. So in comparatively, in case of physical property, it is comparatively easy. Valuation is comparatively easy based on your demography, based on your type of land, कि वो cultivable है, non-cultivable है, location, the population of that area, the professionalism in that area, you can judge. But in case of intellectual property, it is very tough. Why I highlighted this point to appreciate, so that we can appreciate why this is important. Then we come to the next theft. In case of intellectual property, it is not at all difficult. I share some good initiative with you on this platform. Immediately, some inventor in some area does a product service on it. He files a patent for it. First to file is the right, and he gets the money for it. So in case of intellectual property, theft is very easy. But in case of physical property, theft is not easy, not at all easy. It is illustrated, well illustrated by the example that I have already taken. The effect, now we come to the next point, the effect of time on value. In case of intellectual property, it usually decreases and in many cases ends with time. तो हर mechanism के साथ एक certain time duration है कि उस within that time duration we have to exploit the financial benefits of that invention or idea. But in case of physical property, with the time, it may increase or decrease. For example, effect of time on value may increase or decrease. For example, in case of vehicle, lab, furniture, we have a certain term called depreciation cost associated with it. But in case of land, prices will go up. In case of prices of water, it will, potable, drinkable water, it will go up. Why? In case of, there is a simple dividing line that the the property, the resources on which we will be dependent more because of the population, the effect of population on the property, dependency of human society will be more. For those property, the prices will go up. In case the supply of those things which is above the demand, it is a supply demand curve, in those cases it will depreciate. Now we come to the concept of IP, history of intellectual property. The concept of IP is not new and it has its roots hundreds of years ago. I would like to highlight here that Jacopo Acotio was granted the first English patent for a new type of furnace in 1565. Venetian patent was granted to Galileo for an irrigation machine in 1594. In 1641 in North America, the development of patents was initiated in MIT, Massachusetts. The point I would like to highlight upon here is that if I take 1641 to be the initiation of formal domain, formal registration and mechanisms of IP, it means 1640, 1700, 50 years, 1800, 1900, 1900, 2000, and 15 years past. It means approximate we have crossed 300 years, more than 300 years have passed, and still we say that we are unaware of intellectual property, and we do not wish to be a part of the intellectual property convention and meetings. We say no, we Indians are the, somebody may argue with me, I will answer your, I'm with intellectual property also, I am against intellectual property also. Somebody may say haldi and traditional knowledge sab kuch hamara tha, the foreign peoples are protecting it. I will answer this query also at the end of the session. 350 years have passed, and still we say our education system, our inventors, our teachers, our researchers, and our students are unaware. I myself get to know about this term in 2009 or 10. I started building my knowledge on this theme by attending different programs conducted by Thapa University, then attended program conducted by NITER, then attended program at Punjab University, then designed program and conducted two programs, one in ICT mode and one in non-ICT mode. And again, I am going to conduct another program next 23rd to 27th May, and invited different scientists, different lawyers working in the domain of intellectual property. And now I am saying that I am able to learn the ABC of intellectual property. So it is a matter of great concern for the researchers and academicians that we should spread the awareness about intellectual property in our institutions. Now we come to the mechanisms for the protection of intellectual property. There are 8 different mechanisms: are patents, copyrights, trademarks, industrial designs, layout designs for the integrated circuits, geographical indications, protection of new plant varieties, and trade secrets. First, we come to the patents. Now, I will describe just the relevant aspect of each mechanism of intellectual property right protection that you may not have direct access to. That knowledge I drew from my my interactions with scientists and researchers working in the domain of intellectual property. First, a patent is an exclusive right granted by the government to the original inventor, developer, researcher of an invention, which prohibits others from making, using, or selling that invention. So first we talk of patent. First is that first we have to take into mind that patent, all these rights are nationalized rights. When I say these are nationalized rights, means if I file a patent in India, the protection for that patent will be valid for me in Indian context only. If somebody in US wish to make a product based on that invention, he can do that. But in case I wish to reap the benefits of financial benefits of my intellectual property in US also, it means I have to file a patent over there also. And there is an opportunity also for the researcher. For example, if some technology is very good and some expert from India or some person from US, researcher from US has filed a patent in US, but he has not filed a patent in India, so it means it is in the public domain. So no person will from India can get a patent on the same invention in India, but he can use that patent in his or her country in since that invention has not been protected in India by that inventor. So it can be used. So our PhD or MTech topics or social work, when we do social work in our organization, those technologies should be conducted in such a way, chosen in such a way that that are in public domain by conducting different patent databases searches. Okay. Then another important point is that I do not have a marker and whiteboard in a position where I can show you the things over here. I will just update you verbally. When I discuss the domain of plagiarism and writing research papers, I discuss the hierarchy of data, information, knowledge, wisdom. Data, first thing is data. I would not ask any center because some of the centers I have involved, I have interacted physically also. They must be aware of it. Data is anything raw fact. For example, I write BKHPS00838J. I say this is a air ticket. This is a whenever I say this is, I write it and give it to say Deepika over here. It will be a data for her. It is just a combination of certain alphabets and numerals. But when I say this is a PAN number of Amardev Singh, or I say this is air ticket PNR number of for travel of Amardev Singh from Jammu to Srinagar, then it becomes information. It is conveying us something. That is when we assign a context to our data, it becomes information. When information may be available through different sources, it may be available through a book, it may be available through a manual in a mobile box you purchase. It may be in the form of a written slip on the projector. It may be in the form of a soft presentation I am sharing. It may be in the form of a video. But knowledge, when some person is able to apply the information from different sources to solve a particular problem in his or her work arena, maybe personal, maybe official, then it classifies to be a knowledge. When we say knowledge, when I come to that hierarchy of knowledge, when I say knowledge, it exists in basically two forms. One is tacit or implicit, another is explicit or documented. Tacit or implicit knowledge is the knowledge that is stored in the minds. Explicit or documented knowledge is that is in the form of a physical form. For example, I have made a presentation on intellectual property. This is explicit form of knowledge. I give you a handout, printout of handout, and share it in the class. That is a documented form of knowledge. Can anybody? I will give the example of tacit knowledge. For example, when as child, we used to draw. Sure. Any question?
We have a question.
Sure.
The definition says a patent is an exclusive right granted by the government to the original inventor, developer, or researcher for an invention which prohibits others from making, using, and selling that invention.
That's it.
So in this context, if I say I develop a vaccine for say for AIDS and it is working successfully, I got the patent for it.
Okay.
But I have if I prohibit other from selling or using it, can it go well?
There are two things. There are two things to it. One is that generic form of drugs. One is patented drugs. If you say sell, for example, in Colgate has a two forms of toothpaste. One comes in a generic form that is sold only for say 15 rupees or 25 rupees, say for certain 250 grams. And the same Colgate, when you process it, put it in a blue color and mix it certain menthol into it and market it in the market, you do it for say 70 rupees or 80 rupees. So if it is a patented drug and it is of, thus the problem is not that much pertinent in the society that government doesn't have to intervene to make it available to the public on a free basis, you can protect it. But in case the government decides that it has to be on a nominal price, then you have to abide by those government norms. Because I will share with you a particular example. There was I'm a social worker also. I have worked with different NGOs and individually also.
Sir, my question is something different.
You can stop it. Your question is, you can stop it if it is a patented one.
No, my question is that I got a patent for a AIDS vaccine that is sought after throughout the world. It is very important, but I got a patent, but I did not get the right anybody to sell it or manufacture it.
That's it.
Can anybody interfere in my decision?
If they do it, they are manufacturing it, and if you can prove it, you file a case in the court, and अगर manufacturing site पे छापा मार के रेड कंडक्ट करके ये एस्टेब्लिश हो जाता है कि वो आपका आइडिया पेटेंटेड जो है, आपका पेटेंट है, उसको वो बुला रहे हैं और उनके साथ आपने कोई लाइसेंसेस नहीं दिया है, तो उसका
No sir, my question is something different. My question is that I got a patent for AIDS vaccine.
That's it.
That is very sought after throughout the world. That is beneficial for mankind. I got a patent for it, but I did not allow any company to manufacture or sell it in the market.
Okay.
Can it happen?
It can happen. It can happen. But if they copy it, then you can't stop it. अगर आपके साथ काम करने वाले ने उसको पब्लिक कर दिया है आपके पूरे फॉर्मूला को, तो इट मींस आप उससे लड़ाई कर सकते हो. मैंने बात किया था 21 corrected की.
नहीं, इसमें if somebody files a case that this vaccine, AIDS vaccine, it is very useful, and he got a patent, but it is sought after throughout the world. If he prohibits from manufacturing or selling, then what's the use of this patent? If it is not, if it is crashed,
that I wish to share that. That's why I said in start of the session, I am against IP also and with IP also. What normally we do, the people just I will put myself into your shoes now. I took group of my participants to a visit to Sector 22 Chandigarh in Shastri Market. There was one was a police official over there, and another was a media personnel working over there. उन्होंने एक youngster को पकड़ा हुआ था. अब उस youngster से जब बात हुआ, तो मैंने पूछा, मेरे वाइफ ने कहा आप रुक जाओ. मैंने कहा नहीं, लेट मी इंटरवेन. तो उसको इसलिए पकड़ रहे थे, दे से कि वो प्लेगराइज्ड सीडी बेच रहा है, सीडीज एंड डीवीडी. बट माई क्वेश्चन वाज, उनके मदर कह रही थी कि नहीं ये नहीं बेच रहा था, मैं बेच रही थी, क्योंकि वो चाह रही थी कि मेरे को ये सर आई वुड लाइक टू हैव योर अटेंशन, क्योंकि दैट्स व्हाई आई वुड बी एबल टू मेक योर पॉइंट क्लियर. सर फ्रॉम ओडिशा सर. हाँ श्योर. तो अब वहां पे क्या हुआ कि वहां पे मैंने उनसे पूछा न्यूज़पेपर वाले से, हाउ कैन यू मेक श्योर दैट दिस पर्सन वाज सेलिंग, हर मदर इज सेइंग शी वाज सेलिंग. तो दैट मीडिया पर्सनल सेड कि मैंने फोटो खींचा है कि यही इस रेडी पे था. तो माय क्वेश्चन टू द पीपल वाज कि आपने क्या उसको राइट टू एजुकेशन दिया, उसको स्कूल जाने का मौका दिया? क्या आपने राइट टू इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया? नो, वी हैव नॉट गिवन इट. बट अब अपना मीडिया को खबर देने के लिए, पुलिस अपना एक्शन दिखाने के लिए कर रही है. बट इन द सेम केस, मैं अब आपकी एग्जांपल पे आता हूं. आपने एक बहुत अच्छा सॉर्ट आफ्टर पेटेंट फाइल किया, मे बी ड्रग के लिए पेटेंट फाइल किया, मे बी पेटेंट फाइल ही नहीं करते, आई कंसिडर कि आप उसके अगेंस्ट है. आप कहते हैं वो किसी को भी मिल जाना चाहिए, कोई भी बनाए, it should be available free of cost in the society, and anybody should be able to produce it and market and sell off it in his or her name. अब क्या होगा, अब कंसिडर करो कि अमरदेव जो है, अमरदेव आपके पेटेंटेड ड्रग को बनाता है, एंड मेरा बैकग्राउंड है कि मैं एनजीओ रन कर रहा हूं, बट मेरा बैकग्राउंड क्रिमिनल है, एंड मैं क्रिमिनल है, मे बी ऐसे क्राइम्स मैंने किए हुए हैं जो कि किसी के सामने ओपन ही नहीं है, कोर्ट केसेस भी नहीं है, एंड मेरा सारी अच्छी इमेज सबके सामने है, एंड आई गेट सम प्रेस्टिजियस अवार्ड फ्रॉम सम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, से पद्मश्री और दोज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. व्हाट विल बी देयर? वुड यू बी हैप्पी? Would you like that some person who has not worked truly on that medicine should be getting such kind of, should be honored on those kind of national and international platforms? No. So it means we have to, that is the Liza, जब knowledge की बात की थी, knowledge के ऊपर एक और hierarchy level होता है wisdom. Wisdom means wisdom is that part of our intellect that allows us an individual to differentiate what is right and wrong. अगर आप नहीं रुकोगे तो मैं इस आईपी की डोमेन को क्यों डेवलप कर रहा हूं अपनी नॉलेज को? बिकॉज आई विश टू ब्रिंग अ ब्लड डोनेशन सिस्टम इन द सोसाइटी कि जो कि खुद चले और उसमें किसी ओनर की जरूरत ही ना पड़े, किसी की ऐसे पर्सन्स की जो कि लीडर्स हों. मेरे स्टूडेंट कहते थे सर यू डू सोशल वर्क, आई विल हैंडल द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, आई विल हैंडल द वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, आई विल हैंडल द नॉर्दर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, आई विल हैंडल द साउदर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया. व्हाई? If I make it in the form of a business, they will it will not serve the purpose in the society. But what I wish to do, I am working on that system. मैं उस सिस्टम को बना के सोसाइटी में फ्री में देना चाहता हूँ, बट मैं चाहता हूँ कि उसकी acknowledgement should be protected with me. No other NGO should take the benefit of that. It has been put into use or on a global use or given by that NGO. So it means it depends upon the individual how you wish to bring your ideas into the society. So why you can't be out of intellectual property? I will highlight it now over here. With liberalization and globalization in our country in late 90s, we allowed the foreign direct investment FDI into the country. We allowed the people from other companies, from other people from the other countries to set up their plants in India. Can anybody share from you, why do we go to the shopping malls? Why do we wish to have the shoes of Bata brand? Why do we wish to have the shoes of Woodland brand? Or why do we wish to go and wear a Levi's jeans? Why do we go and wear a brand called cloth of any other brands? Means we should have that capability. We should have manufactured those kind of things in house, and we should have served our needs. But on one side, we are allowing the outside companies to invest in the country, and at the same side, we wish to say that we wish to be out of the domain of intellectual property, patents and copyright. How can we walk on two-sided swords? We can't. Because अगर हम नहीं करेंगे, what will happen कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को, रिसर्चर्स को यहाँ से बाहर ले जाया जाता है अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, वहां से वो कंपनीज इन्वेंशंस, इनोवेशंस उनसे करवाती हैं, वो वहां से पेटेंट्स फाइल करवाती हैं, उनके ट्रेडमार्क्स, लोगो डिजाइन करते हैं, ट्रेडमार्क फाइल करते हैं और उन प्रोडक्ट सर्विसेज को बैक टू इंडिया बेचते हैं. तो अगर हम इस चीजों को नहीं करेंगे तो आवर मनी विल आल्सो गो, आवर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी कैपिटल विल आल्सो गो एंड वी विल बी गेटिंग नथिंग इन रिटर्न. एंड इसको मैं एक और एग्जांपल से बैक ले जाना चाहूंगा. अब मैं इसकी आईपी की रूट्स पे हिट करना चाहूंगा कि यू मस्ट बी अवेयर ऑफ, मेनी ऑफ यू मस्ट बी अ फॉलोअर ऑफ स्वामी विवेकानंद जी. आई वुड लाइक टू कोट एन इंस्टेंट. I was going through some literature on the life of Shri Swami Vivekanand ji, and from that literature I got to know that he when he went to a foreign visit, that visit was sponsored by some Raja, by some prince of some state. And when he was walking on the roads of foreign, he got a recommendation letter from some professor from Harvard, and based on that recommendation letter he got the entry and into that religious conference, and जिस religious conference में उन्होंने अपना talk deliver किया, and that was acknowledged worldwide. But my question is to all of us is that why don't any other intellectual person in that era, in the areas of 1700, 1800, 1900 or 2000 went to the foreign and represented India in different domain, other domains also, engineering disciplines also. अगर एक religious conference हो रही थी, it means उस time पे intellectual property की conference भी हो रही होगी. अगर हमारे घर में आपने हाउस मेड रखे होंगे, तो हाउस मेड को कितने लोग हैं जो कि आपने घर में उनको बराबर बैठा के खाना खिलाते हैं, जो उसको ड्यू एक्नॉलेजमेंट, लव, अफेक्शन देते हैं? Nobody. I am say very few, maybe 10% out of 100. It means how can we expect that we were ruled by other people and they will make us sit at their level? So it means either whose mistake is this? Nobody from the outside. It means we could not make ourselves a part of the global community. राजस्थान में जो हमारे राजा थे वो पैलेसेस उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे बनाए थे, उस टाइम पे मे भी एक नॉर्मल इंसान उसको एक्सेस भी नहीं कर पाता था, बट हमें हु न्यू कि वी हैव टू कन्वर्ट इनटू एंटरप्रेन्योरियल डेस्टिनेशंस एंड उनसे हमें आज रेवेन्यू जनरेट करना पड़ेगा टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस बना के. And we promote it through hotel brands also, different hotel brands. You must be aware of it. Now we are doing it because we have to do it. We have to give employment. We have to generate money from those resources. It means if it could have been done at that level, the situation have been otherwise. Another example is, another point is, main reason is, there is one colleague of mine, his wife is, he's working on a middle position over here, clerical or some assistant position. His wife is in Sanskrit. He many times he comes to me, he says to me, sir, मेरी wife को job दिलवा दो. We are unable to find a job for a person with a MA in Sanskrit. But what Germans did, उन्होंने क्या किया, अपने researchers को संस्कृत सिखाया, और every knowledge was in Vedas. It was there in our religious scriptures. They converted into the form of products and services and launched back into the society, into the market. And side by side, they developed the system of intellectual property and made it acceptable worldwide. So at this moment, if we are saying that we have to be out of it, so it can be only and only possible if many people like you, sir, maybe out of 120 crore, maybe I say 50 crores are together on this issue, then this can happen if we resolve to make everything within the country. But I feel so there is a strong challenge on it, because on one side we talk of globalization, liberalization, and on other side we are saying we have to be out of it. No, we can't be out of it. We have to go ahead. What you can do as a researcher, you have such a novel invention, if you have such a novel idea, file a patent in US, get protection over there, because if the companies produce over there, they have to pay to you, and they have to pay to you in dollars, and allow the people in your country to produce that product free of cost. Don't file a patent in India. But उसमें भी चैलेंज है, अगर नहीं करोगे तो फॉरेन कंट्री फिर एफडीआई के अंदर आएंगे, वो उसको फ्री में बनाना शुरू कर देंगे, आपको कुछ नहीं देंगे. इट मींस कि यू हैव टू कम इन द डोमेन ऑफ आईपी. हाँ, बट फिर भी ये है कि अगर वंस यू हैव फाइल्ड अ पेटेंट इन यूएस, तो वो एक पब्लिक डोमेन में आ जाएगा. तो इट मींस यूएस का पर्सन कोई उसको पेटेंट फाइल नहीं कर पाएगा उसके लिए, और वो उसको पेटेंटेड बेच नहीं सकता इंडिया में. मींस इंडिया में आप भी एक पैरेलल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट बना सकते हो, जिसमें आप उसको बना के फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करो. हु सेज टू चार्ज मनी? गिव लाइसेंस टू सम एनजीओ टू प्रोड्यूस इट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. सो वी शुड थिंक ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस. Problem is there. I know the problem is there. Solution can be this, as I have given the one solution. Hope this will answer your concern that that is disturbing you. It disturbs me also a lot. I discussed with the professor from IIT Kanpur, who is MHRD IPR chair in IIT Kanpur. But it disturbs you also. I am very happy that the people are thinking of this domain and they are alert. Okay, now we come to the next point, patents. To classify an invention to be patentable, first, it should be novel, it should be new to the society. Second, it should have an inventive step, it should have something processing in it. Third is, it should have some application in the society, some purpose, or it should have some application in the industrial application or some other application in the society. The important point is that when you file a patent, there are two elements in the patent application form. One is your inventor's name, one is your applicant name. तो इन्वेंटर नेम में तो आप सबका नाम डालोगे, बट अनदर इज योर एप्लीकेंट नेम. व्हेन यू से एप्लीकेंट नेम, तो फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट्स ऑफ उस इन्वेंशन के वही रीप कर सकता है जो कि उसका एप्लीकेंट हो. इट मींस एज अ टीचर यू हैव टू मेक श्योर कि अगर आपके बच्चों ने कुछ काम किया है किसी आइडिया पे, तो आपने उनका नाम एप्लीकेंट में भी डालना है. और एज अ लीडर ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन यू हैव टू मेक श्योर कि अगर आपके टीचर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स ने किसी इन्वेंशन पे काम किया है, तो अगर आप पेटेंट फाइल कर रहे हो तो आपको उसमें एप्लीकेंट नेम में बच्चों को, टीचर को भी डालना है. दिस इज मोरल थिंग. अगर नहीं डालते तो एज अ टीचर एंड अ स्टूडेंट यू हैव टू बी अवेयर ऑफ दिस फैक्ट दैट आपने मेक श्योर करना है कि जब आपका कोई पेटेंट फाइल हो रहा है तो आपका एप्लीकेंट में भी नाम है. That's it. That was the important point. Another, where to go for filing a patent. First one is Indian Patent Office. You have every patent office, copyright office by Government of India. But in जब हम वहां से थोड़ा सा लाइन से हम हट गए थे, जब हम बात कर रहे थे डाटा इंफॉर्मेशन नॉलेज विजडम की, तो हम बात कर रहे थे कि टैसिट नॉलेज की कन्वर्जन की बात कर रहे थे एक्सप्लिसिट नॉलेज में. तो जितनी भी इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी में हम टैसिट नॉलेज को एक्सप्लिसिट नॉलेज में कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं और उसकी ओनरशिप लेने की कोशिश करते हैं. तो जब ये एक्सप्लिसिट में कन्वर्ट होती है तो हम क्या करते हैं, रिसर्च पेपर लिखते हैं. एंड रिसर्च पेपर में क्या होता है कि टुडेज कंसोर्शिया क्या कर रहे हैं, पब्लिशर्स, अगर आपका प्लेगराइज्ड कंटेंट है तो वो आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल होंगे, अगर आपका अच्छा कंटेंट है otherwise the copyright will be with the publisher. and वो publisher integrators खरीद रहे हैं और integrators उसकी library indexes develop करते हैं, citation and those kind of parameters, and वो आपको दोबारा country में आके उसको sell up किया जाता है. maybe HEBSCO host, वो सिर्फ पंजाब में मेरे 2010 में थापा यूनिवर्सिटी और मे बी लवली के पास 2-3 कॉलेजेस के पास था, because its license fees for certain amount of journals for certain time was 10 lakhs of rupees. As an individual researcher, as a teacher, I can't pay 10 lakhs per annum. As a student can't pay. So if Thomas Alva Edison says he conducted 100 or 1000 experiments, we say he said he learned how not to make bulbs 100 or 1000 times, but I say there were 99 or 9,999 ways in which a bulb can be made. But if a person is working on a research in the area of electrical appliances, does he know those basic work done by Edison ji? No. Where those papers are available? Have we tried to figure it out? No. There lies the difference. There lies the difference. There was one student of mine वो मेरे को कहता था कि सर आप electronics for you पढ़ा देते हो, फोरियर सीरीज पढ़ा देते हो, इसका रियल टाइम एप्लीकेशन कहाँ पे है? तो वो EFY साथ रखता है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स फॉर यू. आई आस्क्ड हिम ब्रिंग दैट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स फॉर यू टू मी. ही ब्रॉट इट. मैंने उसको देखा, मैंने क्या करता है, कहता पढ़ता हूँ. मैंने कहा इसको खोला, टेलीविजन का एक रिमोट था, मैंने कहा टीवी रिमोट देखा, कहता हाँ. मैंने पढ़ा, कहता हाँ पढ़ा. मैंने कहा इसको प्रैक्टिकली बनाया है, कोशिश किया है कि इसका साइज छोटा कर सकता है, कोशिश किया है कि इसके इनपुट और आउटपुट, इसके परफॉर्मेंस पैरामीटर्स को इंप्रूव कर सके. तो वो कहता नहीं. तो मैंने कहा हाउ द इनोवेशन विल कम, not by theory. When you will do, when you will use CRO, आपको पता लगेगा कि what oscilloscope में साइन वेव क्या होती है, सिग्नल्स को देखना कैसे है. That's it. Okay. So you have to make those things available in a classroom situation also. तो वो कैसे आएगी? through the conducting of searches over the databases. अब यहाँ पे पॉइंट आता है कि पेटेंट डाटाबेस, अब डाटाबेस आप रिसर्च का खरीद नहीं पाते तो पेटेंट डाटाबेसेस कहाँ से आएंगे हमारे पास? तो यहाँ पे हर कंट्री अपने अपने कंट्री में इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी के एक काम को बढ़ाने के लिए, कि लोगों को असिस्ट करने के लिए, अपने सिटीजन्स को असिस्ट करने के लिए फैसिलिटेट करती है. तो इंडिया ने क्या किया है, हर स्टेट में एक पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर बनाया है, पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर PIC, और उस पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर को जो पेड डेटाबेसेस हैं वो खरीद के दिए हैं. जैसे पंजाब का पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर इज ओनली विद इन 1 किलोमीटर फ्रॉम मी. हरियाणा स्टेट काउंसिल फॉर साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की बिल्डिंग में है, पंचकुला में. ऐसे ही हर स्टेट में है. और वहां पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने साइंटिस्ट की पोजीशन क्रिएट करके उनको रख दिया गया है, जिनका काम और स्पेशलाइजेशन है पेटेंट सर्चेस करना, उन डाटाबेसेस को सर्च करना एंड लोगों को असिस्ट करना, और IP अवेयरनेस पे वर्कशॉप करनी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, और पेटेंट और कॉपीराइट फाइलिंग में कॉलेजेस को असिस्ट करना. व्हेन वी से दिस, तो अगर आपका मेथड क्या है, अगर मान लो मेरा कोई अच्छा आइडिया है, तो आई एम अ स्टूडेंट, तो मेरे को वो आइडिया एक एब्स्ट्रैक्ट फॉर्म में हेड को लिख के देना है, और मेरे जो हेड है इंस्टीट्यूट के कवर लेटर पे उसको भेजेंगे पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर के हेड को कि वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दिस आइडिया एंड वी विश टू चेक गेट इट वेदर इट इज पेटेंटेबल और नॉट. सो व्हाट द पीआईसी डू, पीआईसी सारे डाटाबेसेस को चेक करके पेटेंट सर्च कंडक्ट करके आपको 350, 400, 500 पेज का लिटरेचर वापस भेजेगा कि वी हैव गॉन थ्रू डिफरेंट डाटाबेसेस, न्यूज़पेपर्स, मैगजीन्स, because you have to judge the novelty. It should not be available in the society first explicitly. तो वो वहां से आपको बताएंगे कि हमें लगता है कि ये चीजें आपकी इन्वेंशन से मिलती जुलती हैं. वो कहेंगे अगर आपको लगता है कि आपकी इन्वेंशन सिमिलर है तो आप उसमें इन्वेंटिवनेस पे काम करो, बट अगर आपको लगता है कि नोवेल्टी पे काम करो, अगर आपको लगता है कि आपकी इन्वेंशन स्टिल नोवल है, इन्वेंटिव स्टेप है, इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेशन है, तो आप उसको एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म 4 पेज का होता है जिसमें कि आपने वो इन्वेंटर नेम एंड एप्लीकेंट नेम भी रखना होता है, वो आप भर के उसको वापस भेजोगे. देन पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर विल गिव यू अ चांस टू प्रेजेंट इट ओवर देयर. एंड one mechanism is that. Another is that you can directly file your application with Patent Information Center. But you have to have a large hut because filing of patent and copyright sometimes takes it is a lengthy procedure. And why? It has to be a lengthy. Why not? It has to be a lengthy because out of 130 crore population, we are a billion plus country. To certify that, I salute the person who is heading the IP work in India to certify that this invention is novel. It has not been filed for a patent throughout the world. Maybe you are filing in India, maybe we are a citizen of India, but he has to certify that throughout world it is novel. That is an enormous task. So they have created a different levels also. That कुछ applications की preliminary screening जो है patent information center पे ही हो जाए, और उसके बाद आगे जो रेलिवेंट एप्लीकेशंस है आगे बढ़े. एंड स्लोली एंड स्लोली जैसे ई गवर्नेंस आ रहा है तो आई एम श्योर स्लोली एंड स्लोली थिंग्स इंप्रूव होंगी. तो उसमें बट आपको ये ध्यान रखना है, अगर आइडिया आपको आ रहा है तो somebody in sitting in some other part of the corner of the world is also getting the same idea. So ये राइट्स फर्स्ट टू फाइल है, तो उनको राइट्स अगर मिल गए तो आपको राइट नहीं मिल पाएंगे क्योंकि फर्स्ट टू फाइल है, नोवेल्टी डोमेन में आ जाएंगे. तो फिर आपको जिन्होंने तो इससे मनी अर्न करना चाह रहे हैं वो तो इसको जल्दी जल्दी करेंगे, बट जो मेरे जैसे हैं, जैसे सर जैसे हैं, मेरे जैसे हैं, जो कि सोसाइटी को इंप्रूव करने के लिए कोई सिस्टम लाना चाहते हैं, दे मे वेट प्रोवाइडेड कि वो इतने श्योर हैं कि उन जैसा आइडिया किसी और के पास आएगा ही नहीं. एंड दे मे वेट फॉर द सिस्टम कि धीरे धीरे सिस्टम फास्ट होगा और चीजें ठीक होंगी, एंड एट द राइट टाइम वी विल प्लंज इनटू. That's it there. Another thing over here, I would like to now I would like to exemplify. I would like to exemplify some certain patents and their examples. From starting from a small one to one mini big example. Small one is we take the example of Harpic. Harpic must have been used by many people. Most of us, almost. Toilet cleaner, it is there. If you have tried to open it, that bottle doesn't open in a one go. How that came into being? There was a US engineer, when he was transferred from one position to another position, another area of work, another area. What happened? His girl child was playing on the floor. While playing, she threw some chemical agent on herself, and she suffered skin burns. But she was saved. She was okay. But he realized that once it can happen to that my child, it can happen to any other children also. He kept on thinking, discussing with her wife, his friends, and he came up with a kind of mold, child-proof lock. वो मोल्ड में क्या है कि अगर आप उसको प्रेस करेंगे तो वो then it will once you open after at a one point you will press it, then it will rotate further. It means कि एक चाइल्ड जो प्रेशर लगा सकता है अपने हाथ से, उस प्रेशर से ज्यादा प्रेशर चाहिए उसको खोलने के लिए, ऐसा मोल्ड उन्होंने क्रिएट किया. एंड वो कंपनी के पास गए कि आई हैव डिजाइन्ड अ मोल्ड, वुड यू लाइक टू बाय इट. एंड उस कंपनी ने उसके लिए पेटेंट्स एंड इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी के कंटेक्स्ट में राइट्स फाइल किए, एंड उन्होंने पर यूनिट प्रोड्यूस कुछ सेंट्स मांगे, certain CENTS cents उन्होंने मांगे, and he became a millionaire. And Harpic is a product जो कि इंडिया में भी बिकता होगा, पाकिस्तान में भी बिकता होगा, चाइना में भी बिकता होगा. फेयर एंड लवली जैसा प्रोडक्ट बिकता है, फेयर एंड लवली इज सेलिंग, इट इज सेलिंग इन इंडिया. इफ यू वुड लाइक टू मार्केट इट इन अफ्रीका सेइंग दैट 14 दिनों में गोरा बना दे, would you be able to position it? No, because everybody knows despite of the fact that skin color is attached to DNA, it can't be changed, but it can protect us from the tanning, from the direct sun UV radiations. So in India it may sell, but in Africa it may not sell. But Harpic is the kind of product that will sell everywhere. And वो एक ऐसी पैकेजिंग है, आप उसको रीयूज नहीं करते. We do not reuse it. एक बार बिका, हम उसको दोबारा वापस खरीद के लाते हैं घर में. एंड एवरी टाइम वो हम खरीद रहे हैं, इट मीन्स एवरी टाइम उसकी डिमांड क्रिएटेड है. एवरी पर यूनिट प्रोड्यूस्ड certain percentage will go to that inventor and to the company. That is how mechanisms they have developed it. Now, since time has passed, so there is a lot of discussion I can go upon and answer your queries, but now I will go quickly from the next parameters, then I will take the questions from the centers. Next is copyrights. Copyrights are a set of exclusive rights granted by law to the creators and producers of the forms of creative expressions, such as literary, musical and cinematographic works. जैसे कि आप मिकी माउस है, मिकी माउस का कैरेक्टर है, तो मिकी माउस का जो कैरेक्टर है उसके लिए आप एक पेपर पे बनाते हैं, उसके लिए कॉपीराइट ले सकते हैं. आप उसको अपने बॉटल्स पे यूज करना चाहते हैं, टी शर्ट्स पे यूज करना चाहते हैं, इट मींस यू कैन हैव अ ट्रेडमार्क फॉर इट. जब फाइल करते हैं, एप्लीकेशन फाइल किया है, यू हैव टू राइट TM अपॉस्ट्रोफ में. अगर आपने को मिल चुका है तो यू हैव टू राइट R एनसर्कल्ड रजिस्टर्ड, आपको एनसर्कल उसको करना है, इट इज देयर. So ऐसे ही इंडियन कार्टून कैरेक्टर्स कैन बी देयर. इंडियन कार्टून कैरेक्टर छोटा भीम है, आई फील सो इट मस्ट बी प्रपोज्ड बाय सम इंडियन. सो कितना अच्छा चल रहा है, उसमें मूवीज बन रही है, इट मींस कितनी अच्छी बात है. उसको चाहे वो फॉरेन में जाएगा कार्टून कैरेक्टर, यू कैन अर्न मनी. व्हाई नॉट योर मैनुअल्स कैन हैव intellectual property. You design your laboratory manuals in such a way that they are very creative and innovative, and you file a copyright for it. Then trademarks. It is considered to be strongest protection of form of IP, because ये सबसे ज़्यादा duration आपको देता है, 60 years for lifetime of during lifetime of the author and 60 years after his death. And आप nominations भी रख सकते हो. अगर मैं बुक लिखता हूँ, उसकी रॉयल्टी जो है नॉमिनेशन रखता हूँ, तो आपके बच्चों को भी आती रहेगी जो नॉमिनी हो. Trademarks. A trademark is a word or a symbol adopted and used by a manufacturer or merchant to identify his or her goods and distinguish them from those manufactured and sold by others. For example, trademark example है, मेरे पास ये Aquafina पड़ी है. I would like to show the bottle. Aquafina. Why do we buy Bisleri? Why do we buy Kille? Why do we buy Aquafina? And who decided that for this is a 500 ml bottle? Who decided that for 1 liter of bottle the price should be 20 rupees or 25 rupees or 15 rupees? Why not? Then why not anybody else ask that the price of a bottle should be 5 rupees? और इट शुड बी, हम पुराने हमारे एज पर रिलीजियस प्रीचिंग्स, वी शुड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट. पानी पिलाना पुण्य है, इसको हमें फ्री में पिलाना चाहिए. बट जब आप मैनेजमेंट लिटरेचर में जाएंगे तो उसमें माइकल पोर्टर्स 5 फोर्सेस होती हैं, तो उसमें थ्रेट्स वन फोर्स होता है, मैं पूरा एक्सप्लेन नहीं करूंगा. उसमें से एक फोर्स होता है थ्रेट्स ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूट प्रोडक्ट्स. कि अगर एक्वाफिना को मैं देखूं, इट इज अ ब्रांड ऑफ it is a packaged drinking water from PepsiCo. It means कि मेरे जैसे सोशल वर्कर्स, जहां आप जैसे वेल विशर्स जहां कुछ कहेंगे कि सोसाइटी में सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक्स अच्छे नहीं है, तो मे भी कुछ लोग रुकेंगे उसको पीने से. तो दे हैव आइडेंटिफाइड अनदर मार्केट कि इंडिया में पोर्टेबल ड्रिंकिंग की प्रॉब्लम है, पोर्टेबल वाटर की. एंड वी आर सफरिंग फ्रॉम कैंसर्स. अब कैंसर पे आपने मेरे को रोक दिया, नहीं तो आई हैव वर्कड विद कैंसर पेशेंट्स, आई हैव इंटरेक्टेड पर्सनली विद देम, सो आई वुड शेयर द एग्जांपल्स, एनी नंबर ऑफ एग्जांपल्स, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशंस एंड व्हाट काइंड ऑफ एक्सपेंसेस दे आर, डिफिकल्टीज दे आर पासिंग थ्रू. तो अब उन्होंने थ्रेट्स ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूट प्रोडक्ट क्या है कि अगर आप कोल्ड ड्रिंक नहीं पिएंगे, आप पानी तो पिएंगे. एंड उसको हमारे माइंड में पोजीशन करने के लिए, ब्रांड पोजीशनिंग करने के लिए एक्वाफिना, बिस्लेरी एंड दिस उन्होंने अच्छे अच्छे नाम हमें दिए हैं, किलने दिए हैं, एंड विद अ सील ऑफ क्वालिटी. अगर इसको मैं खोल के बीच में हल्की सी अच्छी सी चीज भी कोई मिला के आपको बेचूंगा जिसका कलर ब्राउन हो, तो आप नहीं खरीदोगे अमरदेव से। यू विल से कि वो जो है उसमें मिट्टी मिला हुआ है, अनहाइजीनिक है, यू विल नॉट अलाउ योर सिबलिंग टू ड्रिंक इट। बट अगर ब्रांडेड है, अगर ब्राउन करके उसको मैं कहूँ दिस इज अ लेमन वाटर, येलोइश करके और ऑफ वाइट करके, यू विल बाय इट। अब लेमन वाटर में भी आ गए हैं काफी ब्रांड्स। तो और ये इसको पोजीशन करने का एक और मेथड है, क्यों इसको किया जाता है कि अगर फटाफट भागते भागते बस पकड़ते पकड़ते मांगोगे, अगर आपको पानी चाहिए आप कोका कोला कहोगे, पेप्सी को कहोगे, तो वो आपको सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक मांग रहे हो पानी मांग रहे हो, आइडेंटिफाई करना टफ है। एक्वाफिना अगर है, मेरे को पता है एक्वाफिना इजिली अवेलेबल है, मैं फटाफट मांगूंगा, दे विल होल्ड गिव मी अ बॉटल। बिस्लेरी चाहिए, एक्वाफिना चाहिए, किलने चाहिए। Means differentiation, product differentiation is there. Customer can easily hurriedly choose whenever he is in a hurry. So they have filed a trademark for it, and they give the licenses for it. Bottlers आपके एरिया में है, कोई पानी बाहर से नहीं आता, फिल्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस वहीं पे है, तो आप ट्रेडमार्क फाइल करके उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन, इट रेफर्स टू द स्पेसिफिक शेप, कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, सरफेस पैटर्न और कलर और कॉम्बिनेशन देयरऑफ व्हिच प्रोड्यूसेस एन एस्थेटिक इंप्रेशन ऑफ द आर्टिकल। जैसे रेनॉल्ड्स का एक पेन आता था, रेनॉल्ड्स 007 और 005 समथिंग, तो उसमें जो रेनॉल्ड्स का वो पेन है वो व्हाइट एंड ब्लू कलर में है। तो इट मींस जिस टाइम पे इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन प्रोटेक्शन है उस कंपनी के साथ, नोबडी सेलो और अदर कंट्री कैन मैन्युफैक्चर दैट इन द मार्केट। बट आफ्टर वो एक पब्लिक डोमेन में आ जाए, उसका टाइम पीरियड ऑफ प्रोडक्ट क्लियर हो जाए, उसके बाद कोई भी बना सकता है। तो जो कैंसर की ड्रग्स की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर किसी ने पेटेंट करवाया है, अगर 15 साल हो चुके हैं उसको मार्केट में आते हुए, उसके बाद एनीबडी एल्स कैन प्रोड्यूस एनी कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ इट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट in any way and market it. Layout designs for integrated circuits. Layout designs for integrated circuits refers to the specific manner in which transistors and other circuitry elements of an IC are laid out in a semiconductor IC and includes lead wires connecting such elements. इस पे भी examples हैं, but अभी नहीं ले पाऊंगा, shortage of time. Geographical indications of goods are defined as that aspect of intellectual property which relate to goods or products originating from a particular geographical region situated in a particular country. For protection of new plant varieties, it refers to the legal rights granted by the government for protection of plant varieties, rights of farmers and plant breeders. Trade secrets, यहाँ पे एक चीज है, refers to the proprietary information having commercial application and value. जैसे कि आपका ये कोको कोला का जो सबस्ट्रेट का कंपोजिशन का फॉर्मूला है, वो ट्रेड सीक्रेट के अंडर प्रोटेक्टेड है और आप इसकी विल भी कर सकते हो। बट ये ट्रेड सीक्रेट अभी फॉरेन कंट्री में, यूएस में इन एप्लीकेशन है, इन इंडिया भी ये नहीं है। अगर इंडिया में कोई ऐसी चीजें होती हैं तो वो होती है नॉन डिस्क्लोजर एग्रीमेंट एंड कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी एग्रीमेंट से साइन होते हैं, जो कि आपके स्टूडेंट जब वो आईटी कंपनी, कंप्यूटर साइंस कंपनी ज्वाइन करते हैं, उनसे साइन करवाया जाता है। अब आते हैं पेटेंट्स ड्यूरेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन इज 20 years. You should not go by this piece. This is an old piece based on the presentation I prepared earlier. Now it has been revised कि आप इंडिविजुअली कर रहे हैं या ग्रुप के साथ कर रहे हैं या एज अ कंपनी कर रहे हैं। तो 3 लेवल्स हैं, 3 कैटेगरीज हैं। तो इंडियन पेटेंट ऑफिस के वेबसाइट पे न्यू फीस इज एप्लीकेबल, फॉर्म्स आर एप्लीकेबल। कॉपीराइट्स ड्यूरिंग द लाइफ टाइम ऑफ ऑथर एंड 60 years आफ्टर हिज डेथ, ₹50 फॉर द लिटरेरी आर्टिस्टिक एंड म्यूजिकल और ड्रामेटिक वर्क। फी एंड 5 कॉपीज जो सबमिट करनी है, कहाँ उसकी पूरी डिटेल नॉलेज कॉपीराइट ऑफिस की वेबसाइट में आपको मिल जाएगा। ट्रेडमार्क, इट्स ड्यूरेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन इज फॉर 10 years but can be renewed indefinitely. Fees is ₹3,500 for each class. 10 साल के बाद अगले 10 साल आप ले सकते हैं। बट अगर आप रिन्यूअल फीस सबमिट नहीं करते, उसके बाद फिर वो रिवोक करने के लिए कुछ टाइम है, उसके बाद वो रिवोक हो जाता है। इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन, एनीबडी एल्स कैन फाइल इट, है ना। इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन, इट इनिशियली इट इज फॉर 10 years. Maximum 15 years of protection is allowed. After 10 years you have to renew it for one time. Then for layout design of integrated circuit, its protection is for 10 years. Plant varieties, it is for 15 years for annual crops, 18 years for trees and vines. At the end of 6 years for annual crops, you have to renew. At the end of 9 years for trees and vines, you have to renew. If you are an individual applicant, 5,000 is the fees. If you are an educational institution applicant, 10,000 is the fees. Commercial entity, then 5,000, 7,000 and 10,000 come for the commercial entity is there. Geographical indications, one-time fee. valid for 10 years, can be renewed indefinitely, 5,000 for each car, trade secrets, no registration needed, validity as per terms of agreement, no fees. अगर कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा है तो civil courts of respective jurisdiction. My last but not least, the suggestions for technical institution is at least write plagiarism software सबके पास है to check the plagiarism. आप अपने बच्चों के साथ जब रिसर्च पेपर्स करते हैं तो एटलीस्ट वो रिसर्च पेपर्स को कॉपीराइट के लिए फाइल करें, खुद करें. जब आप करेंगे तो मे बी धीरे धीरे आपका लर्निंग बनेगा. सेकंड, अगर अभी नहीं है प्लेगरिज्म सॉफ्टवेयर, दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ टाइप करें, हेल्प लें. और आप ये भी कर सकते हैं ऑल्टरनेटिवली कि आप अपना सॉफ्टवेयर परचेज करें. सेकंड थिंग यू हैव टू डू इज लैब के जो मैनुअल्स हैं उसको क्रिएटिव वे में बनाएं, आपके चार्ट्स अच्छे अच्छे बनाएं और उसको डिस्प्ले करें और उसके कॉपीराइट फाइल करें और उनको इजी वे में करके अगर आप मार्केट में सेल करना चाहें तो उसको सेलिंग ऑफ में भी लगाएं. विद दिस आई वुड लाइक टू एक्नॉलेज दिस प्रेजेंटेशन वाज बेस्ड ऑन द फर्स्ट चैप्टर ऑफ फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ बुक फ्रॉम द बुक फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी फॉर इंजीनियर्स, कोमल बांसल एंड परीक्षित बांसल, फर्स्ट एडिशन. Examples were most of mine, some adapted from the book, modified according to the scenario for this classroom teaching. And I thank Parikshit ji and his wife Komal Bansal ji for contributing to the domain of intellectual property. Now, before we finally break, my last call for the any questions from any centers. Questions from any center?
Yes, please.
GP Hizar, do you have any question?
Dronacharya Group of Institution, Greater Noida. Any questions?
Any questions from Dronacharya Group of Institutions?
Hello.
Hello. हाँ जी मैम.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, other than processing fee and duration of protection, is there any other difference between patents and copyright?
Processing fees and duration of protection. That's another thing you have to. There are a lot of differences. For example, whenever you file for a copyright. For example, I write a big book. तो बुक का जब आपको कॉपीराइट मिला तो एज सच जब कोई उसको डेफिनेशन को यूज करेगा, ही हैज टू, इट इज अ मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन, ही हैज टू कोट अमरदेव सिंह, एंड उसको फोटो कॉपी नहीं कर सकता, उसकी फोटो नहीं खींच सकता, ईमेल पे नहीं भेज सकता, बट आप उसको अडेप्ट करके अपनी लैंग्वेज में यूज कर सकते हैं. तो इट डजंट प्रोवाइड यू अ होलिस्टिक प्रोटेक्शन. बट जो पेटेंट है, पेटेंट आपको एक स्ट्रांग प्रोटेक्शन देता है कि आप अगर आपने उसके ड्राइंग्स देके साथ में और उसका प्रॉपर इन्वेंटिवनेस, उसका मैकेनिज्म को पूरा मेंशन करके उसके क्या पॉसिबल एप्लीकेशन एरियाज हैं, कल को वो किस किस जगह पे यूज हो सकता है, वो मेंशन किए हैं. तो अगर कोई भी अगर आपकी चीज को किसी भी पर्पज के लिए यूज करना चाहेगा जो कि आपने अभी उस माइंडसेट से नहीं बनाई, फॉर एग्जाम्पल प्लायर बनाया, आपने सोचा कि वो ऑटोमोबाइल में यूज हो बट मेडिकल में यूज हो, वो नहीं बनाया, बट आपने फोर्सी किया है. After 20 years, it can be a potential product. It may come out from my patent. और आपने उसको पेटेंट एप्लीकेशन फाइलिंग के दौरान उसको मेंशन किया है वहां पे, जिसको पेटेंट एप्लीकेशन ड्राफ्टिंग की बात करते हैं. अगर उसको ड्राफ्ट करवाया है तो कल को अगर वो कोई बनाना चाहेगा, आपकी चीज को यूज करना चाहेगा ऑपरेशन थिएटर में, तो उसको आपसे परमिशन लेनी होगी, जहां उसको आपको अवार्ड, एक्नॉलेजमेंट और रिवॉर्ड देना होगा. ठीक, तो ये डिफरेंस भी है. ये पेटेंट इज द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट राइट, बट ड्यूरेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन जो है पेटेंट की कम है, कॉपीराइट की ज्यादा है. फॉर सेम थिंग, सेम इन्वेंशन यू कैन हैव बोथ आल्सो. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर आपने एक इंडस्ट्रियल कोई आपने डिजाइन बनाया है, कोई इन्वेंटिव मशीन बनाई है, तो मशीन के लिए आप पेटेंट लेंगे उसकी वर्किंग के लिए, एंड उसके मैनुअल के लिए आप कॉपीराइट लेंगे, और उसके नाम के लिए आप ट्रेडमार्क. फॉर द सेम थिंग यू कैन हैव सेवरल डिफरेंट थिंग्स. Okay, have I answered?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other query?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you have any other query after this session also, you can email also. Email me also. It is there on the first slide, or I will give at that. GP sir, do you have any queries? I will get to listen to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can someone have copyrights on facts?
On?
Can someone have copyrights on facts?
फैक्ट्स, बट अगर ऑलवेज वो पब्लिक डोमेन में है तो वो नहीं मिलेगा। ऑलरेडी इट इज पब्लिक डोमेन। फॉर एग्जांपल आपके जैसे सॉन्ग्स हैं, सॉन्ग्स को वी गो टू अ रेडियो चैनल, तो रेडियो चैनल का जो एक ड्यूरेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन से बाहर आ चुके सॉन्ग्स हैं वो आप प्ले करते हैं। एक एरिया में जब आपने न्यू सॉन्ग्स प्ले करने हैं 20-25 किलोमीटर में, तो दे हैव टू पे फॉर इट। तो जो फैक्ट्स की आप बात करते हो, तो अगर वो ऑलरेडी पब्लिक डोमेन में है तो नहीं मिलेगा। बट अगर आप न्यू आप एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हो और उसके रिजल्ट्स हैं और उस रिजल्ट्स को वो ऑलरेडी पहले नहीं है और उसका आप टेबल बनाते हैं, उसको आप कॉपीराइट दे सकते हैं।
So I will conclude by thanking Engineer Amardev Singh.
Open, let me. Last query to any center from all the centers. Okay, most of the gone. Okay, thank you. So you can write an email or you can call me anytime. We can. I will be there to provide you input. And so since the time is since it was scheduled till I feel so 3:45 and we have gone up to 5 o'clock. Sorry, ma'am. And we have okay. Now it is up to you. So up to you. Thank you.
So on behalf of participants and Department of Electrical Engineering, I thank Engineer Amardev Singh for giving us the various, explaining us elaboratively various features pertaining to intellectual property, right? Like patents, copyright, trademarks, etc. He has really given us a good examples also, and he has tried to make the session interactive also. So thank you so much, and we will meet together tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please.